Tonight, we step into a quiet Kyoto studio lit by flickering lanterns, where the scent of freshly ground sumi ink clings gently to the air. Tatami mats sigh under your feet. The paper doors breathe with each draft. And in the center of this world, kneeling before a single blank scroll, sits a man with silver hair tied in a simple knot, waiting for nothing, thinking of nothing, and yet entirely present. You've come to learn from him, not just how to hold a brush, but how to hold a moment. He doesn't speak much. You notice that right away. But somehow, nothing ever feels left unsaid. The way he pours water into a stone basin, the way he centers himself before dipping brush to ink. Every movement is a whisper of intention, a ripple in stillness. You begin to notice your own breath slowing, shoulders softening, as though your body understands something your mind hasn't caught up to yet. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd also love to know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Go ahead, drop it in the comments. It's always beautiful to see how far these quiet stories reach. Now, dim the lights for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The master's hands are already moving. You're not even sure when he started. His brush glides like a leaf caught in wind, effortless, unhurried, and yet unshakably certain. No sketch, no guidelines, just breath, ink, and motion. You're seated beside him, your own paper flat, untouched. He's given you a simple instruction. Draw the moment. At first, that feels almost too vague. What moment this one? The tea steaming beside you, the breath in your chest, the night wind shifting the paper slightly at the corners, the brush in your hand trembles. You hesitate. He murmurs, so your line hesitates. You try again. This time, no planning. You let the brush fall, just slightly, and pull it left. The bristles catch. It's crooked, not elegant, not perfect, but he says nothing. Instead, he paints another line, swift, gentle, almost laughing, and then he stops. Just 2 lines, that's all. But you can see something in them, like the curve of a mountain path, or the beginning of a stream. Enough, he says softly. Let the rest arrive tomorrow. And that's how it begins. Not with a grand lesson, not with enlightenment bursting in your brain like thunder, just a quiet night, 2 lines, a crooked start, and a realization. Maybe the present moment is never drawn with precision, but with presence. Outside, the moon casts its reflection in the basin. It ripples, slightly. Inside, you sit, still, watching ink dry. You wake to the faint sound of water being poured into a stone basin, measured, unhurried, eternal. The same sound from the night before. Yet now, it stirs something new in you. The master is already awake, already kneeling, already still. You've been in his studio for less than a week, but time here doesn't behave the way it used to. It folds in on itself like wet parchment, curling softly at the edges. Daylight arrives not with alarms or obligations, but with a faint warmth filtering through paper walls and the earthy smell of damp wood. Today, you are to practice the stroke he called ichi-en, the single circle brush stroke. You've seen it before, round, open, unfinished, yet somehow whole. He says it must be drawn in one breath. No correction, no plan, no apology. Your first few tries, disasters, too fast, too hesitant, too much thinking. And of course, thinking is the first enemy of ink. He watches you from across the room without comment. Instead of correcting, he picks up his own brush and dips it into the inky black. His motion is not flamboyant, nothing like the calligraphers in demonstration halls, full of flair and spectacle. It's quieter, the kind of silence that isn't empty, but listening. When he moves, it's like watching a bird tilt mid-flight, not flashy, just certain. His hand circles, the brush flows. The circle lands perfectly, with a gentle fading at the end, like breath exhaled into paper. You're not drawing, he says. You're revealing. The ink, he tells you, is not a tool. It's a mirror. And your brush, an extension of your nervous system, of your breath, of your habits, your fears, your distractions. A trembling wrist betrays a trembling mind. A rushed line reveals craving. A halted motion shows grasping. And worst of all, a perfectly planned stroke symmetrical, controlled, safe is often lifeless. He points to the crooked circle you made earlier, awkward, incomplete, and definitely not what you wanted it to be. This, he says, is a beginning. And for the rest of the morning, you don't try to perfect it. You try to witness it, brushstroke after brushstroke. You begin to watch your hand instead of controlling it, your thoughts, instead of believing them, the present moment, instead of demanding a different one. There's a fact he shares over green tea, steam curling between you like old friends. In traditional Zen calligraphy, the brush is never cleaned of mistakes. If a blot appears, it stays. If a drop spills, it becomes part of the art. This isn't carelessness, it's honesty. The paper is a map of where the mind has gone. No edits, no illusions. Outside the studio, a cicada chirps in the garden, shrill and sudden. For a moment, you forget to be anyone, to achieve anything, to fix your line. And in that moment, your hand moves. A circle, soft, wobbly, but real. He glances over and nods once. Not approval, just recognition. Later, he gives you a scroll from a former student, just a simple line and a red seal. But something about it makes your skin prickle. The seal reads, "The brush never hesitates, neither does life. It just moves, pauses, begins again, and now, so do you." By the third day, your fingers begin to remember what your thoughts try so hard to forget how to let go. You wake to the same rhythm, the crackle of fire heating water for tea, the soft rustle of robes as the master moves barefoot across the tatami, and the delicate scrape of inkstone meeting water. Every morning begins this way, as if the studio itself breathes before anyone speaks. Today, he does something different. He places a simple ceramic bowl in front of you. Then, carefully, with an almost sacred air, he pours water into it until it's nearly full. He gestures for you to kneel and look. "Don't draw," he says. "Just see." You lean in. At first, you see only water. Then you notice it more precisely the way the surface rests, perfectly flat, undisturbed, like glass. A single breath could ripple it. A thought, if it had weight, might sink it. Watch closely. He strikes a small tuning fork and lowers it near the bowl. The hum passes over the water like a breeze, sending gentle concentric ripples across its surface. Perfect circles, moving outward. Slow, harmonious. And as quickly as they came, they fade. "What did you learn?" he asks. But not to test you. "You think? Then speak." that everything touches everything. He smiles faintly, and nothing stays. This is your lesson. A still mind reflects clearly. But even the smallest vibration distorts what is seen. You understand then why he sits in silence so often before picking up a brush. It's not idleness. It's alignment. Tuning the mind before making a mark. You try to carry that stillness into your strokes, but now you realize how turbulent your surface often is. Thoughts pop up like fish, splashing through the water of your awareness. Memories from years ago, conversations that never happened, regrets, desires, future victories you haven't earned, and past failures you haven't forgiven. Each one stirs the bowl. No wonder your line trembles. At noon, he brings out old scrolls, not masterpieces, practice pieces. You see failures like your own ink bleeding too wide, brushes dragged when they should have lifted, but instead of discarding them, he saved them because they told the truth. He points to one with a jagged, uneven stroke running across the page. That day, he says, my mother died. You don't ask more. You don't need to. The page holds the grief better than any eulogy. Later, you sit alone, the bowl still beside you. A single falling leaf from the maple tree outside slips through the open door and lands in the water. Tiny ripple, then stillness. Again, the same teaching. Even beauty disturbs. Even stillness changes. You dip your brush in ink, press gently against the rice paper, and draw a single short stroke. Nothing more. It doesn't need to become anything. It already is. That night, you sleep with the bowl beside your futon. Before closing your eyes, you look one last time. Still, for now. By now, the master's studio feels less like a place and more like a rhythm. You move through it, not with purpose, but with presence. There's no schedule, no checklist, and no one tells you when the lessons begin or end. You learn by watching, by breathing, by being quiet long enough to hear what stillness wants to say, but stillness rarely lasts. That afternoon, a commotion arrives like wind, disturbing a scroll, mid-ink. Two men in lacquered sandals and embroidered robes step into the studio. Trailing behind them, the scent of expensive perfume and city urgency. One is older, lean, cloaked in blue silk. The other younger, shoulders back. Jaw set is clearly the son of someone important. A daimyo's heir, no doubt. His sword is sheathed, but the blade in his gaze is unmistakable. I heard your calligraphy makes even fools look wise. The young noble says, show me. The master bows, unfazed, only if the fool agrees to disappear first. The younger man bristles, but his father lets out a slow laugh. He's earned the right to insult you. He says to his son, now sit, watch. The master doesn't perform. He simply sets out paper, water, ink, and his brush. Each motion is slow, reverent, like a monk lighting incense. But the noble is already restless, fingers tapping his thigh, impatience vibrating off him like heat from stone. When the master finishes a single line, nothing dramatic, just a graceful curve tapering off like the end of a sigh, the young man scowls. That took 5 minutes for that, he asks. The master replies, it took 50 years. The air thickens. The noble shakes his head. It should have taken 5 seconds. You waste time. You expect anger. You expect the master to send him away, or at least to correct him. Instead, he hands the young man a brush. Draw faster than I did, he says. Make something worth keeping. The young man smirks, dips the brush arrogantly, and in one swoop makes a bold, aggressive stroke strong. Yes, but loud. The ink pools too much at the start and splinters toward the end. No breath, no pause, all ambition. The master says nothing, but then he sets down 2 stones, one on each scroll, and invites the older man to choose. The father looks long, then nods at the master's piece. It breathes, he says softly. The noble's face tightens. That evening, after they leave, you ask the master why he didn't teach him properly. He stirs the last of the tea, watching the leaves swirl. When someone draws from hunger, he says, they taste nothing. And then he hands you fresh paper. Draw the moment, he says again. But this time, something in you understands differently. You don't try to match his pace. You don't try to impress. You just draw. And in that brush stroke, wobbly, soft, completely yours, you leave behind the part of you that still believed perfection would earn love. Now, your line just wants to exist, and that is enough. The rain starts before dawn. Not the soft mist you've grown used to in the garden, but a steady, insistent downpour that drums against the roof tiles with the rhythm of memory. The kind of rain that seems to wash clean not just the streets, but something inside you. You rise before the master, for once, and step into the studio alone. The air is cool and heavy, with petrichor, the smell of earth exhaling. A single candle flickers. A clean sheet of paper waits on the floor, like a question left unanswered. You kneel. You light the incense. You grind the ink slowly, circling the stick against the stone until the water thickens into blackness deep, bottomless, reflective. You think of what the master said yesterday. When someone draws from hunger, they taste nothing. So now you draw with no goal, no image in mind, just the brush and the rain. It's a single stroke, wide and swooping, but in it, you feel the moment stretch. The pause before the stroke ends lingers longer than you expect. Like silence holding its breath, you release, the brush lifts, the paper receives, and you feel full. Later, the master joins you. His robe is still damp from walking the garden paths. He peers at your work, says nothing, but instead of pointing out your uneven edges or the faint blot where the ink ran too fast, he lights another candle. Then he begins his own piece. You watch him paint what appears to be rain, or perhaps just the feeling of it. His brush flicks lightly, with small strokes that trail off, curve inward, evaporate mid-motion. It's not literal, but you feel it. The stillness between drops, the solitude of a storm. Then, without warning, the wind pushes open the shoji door. The rain comes in, not wildly, just enough to spray the edge of the scroll. Your instinct is to move, to rescue the art. But the master remains still. The paper darkens. The ink bleeds. The scroll shifts in shape, and he lets it. When the wind settles and the doors reclosed, the scroll has changed. Irregular, marred, alive. This, he says softly, is midnight ink. You look puzzled. He explains, midnight ink is what we paint when everything collapses, when the wind moves our lines, when the rain finishes the work. You sit with that. The idea that your brush is not always the author, that surrender is not failure, but participation. Later that night, you can't sleep. So you return to the studio and sit in the dark, watching the shadows of leaves tremble against the rice paper walls. You take out a scroll, light a small lamp, and begin to paint not what you see, but what you feel. The moment, the after-rain hush, the sensation of not knowing what will come next, but trusting that you will meet it with a steady hand. When the master finds you there in the morning, he doesn't speak. He just kneels beside your scroll and nods once. The lesson wasn't about control. It never was. It was about being present, even when storms come through the door. Especially then. You didn't mean to ruin the scroll. Truly, you didn't. It had started as your cleanest work yet. A delicate circle, a line of rhythm, a faint flick like wind passing through pine. You'd been breathing with each stroke, steady, quiet, anchored. Even the master, watching from the corner, with his cup of barley tea, had said nothing, which, by now, you understood was high praise. But then came the smudge. A single drop of ink too much on the brush, unnoticed until it slipped landed outside the circle, right in the space meant for emptiness. You stared at it in horror. You reached instinctively for a cloth, forgetting that the paper, rice thin, whisper fragile, wouldn't survive a blot. Your sleeve knocked over the water bowl, and before you could move, a long tide of murky black spread across the scroll. Gone. Ruined. A full hour of mindful drawing drowned in a breath. You froze. Not with anger, but with the kind of hollow that comes from failing something sacred. Shame blossomed in your chest like a bruise. The master didn't shout, didn't sigh. He simply walked over, looked at the soaked scroll, then walked away. You assumed he was disappointed. Of course he was. You were disappointed in yourself. But he returned, carrying something unexpected, a small bundle of older scrolls, worn and watermarked. He opened them one by one. Each bore a mistake. One had an ink blot from a trembling hand. Another had a circle that cracked in the cold. One was even burned slightly along the edge caught in a fire years ago, he explained, after lightning struck the old studio. And yet, none of these were discarded. These are my best lessons, he said quietly. You looked up. He added, I never learned from what went right. That night, he showed you how to paint with no attachment. He gave you cheap paper, dull brushes, and water thin to almost gray. He instructed you to ruin them on purpose, spill, splatter, tear. Let the ink run where it wants. Stop trying to control the Dharma. At first, it felt like nonsense, but as you let go, something opened. One page held a beautiful accidental curve born of an unsteady hand. Another held a soft bloom of ink from where the water pooled. You began to see even chaos can tell the truth. Even what's broken can teach. You remembered a teaching the master once mumbled over miso soup. A cracked bowl still holds warmth, sometimes more. By midnight, your scrolls covered the floor like fallen leaves, none of them perfect, yet each one honest. The final piece you painted that night had no plan. You dipped the brush, closed your eyes, and let your breath guide the motion. A line, a blot, a splash of ink that looked, somehow, like rain running down a window. You opened your eyes. It wasn't pretty, but it was real. And in the quiet, the shame you'd felt earlier didn't return. Only stillness, only space, only the gentle, unspoken truth that sometimes the best stroke is the one that breaks the rules and reveals the self. The fox appeared at dawn. You had stepped outside the studio just as the mist began to lift from the moss-covered stones, expecting to sweep the garden path as usual. But there it was poised, alert, tail curled like a question mark, sitting neatly in front of the water basin. A red fox. Not startled, not wild in the way animals usually are. No, this one simply stared at you, as though it had been waiting. You froze, not from fear, but from something more ancient and inherited reverence, the same kind that stirred when wind moves bamboo or temple bells sound in fog. You stood in silence, broom still in hand, unsure whether to move or bow. The master stepped out behind you. He took one look at the animal and said, So today's lesson came early." The fox blinked once, then rose. It trotted toward the edge of the pond and, with absurd grace, leapt onto a low stone. Then it looked back and disappeared into the trees. The master said nothing else. He just turned and returned to the studio. But when you joined him a few moments later, there were already 2 scrolls waiting, one blank, one bearing a single, sharp mark that curved unexpectedly, a brushstroke that looked unmistakably like the twist of a fox's tail. "You saw it," he said, pouring tea. "Now draw it. But don't draw the fox, draw the moment." Easier said than done. You spent hours that morning making stroke after stroke, trying to recapture the angle of its ears, the glint in its eyes, the curve of its leap. But none of them held the spirit. You were drawing what had been, not what was. By midday, you were frustrated. So the master brought you out to the garden again. He said, "Foxes are like thoughts. The more you chase them, the more they vanish. But if you sit still, sometimes they come back." You waited. Nothing came. Only wind in the leaves, and a few scattered crows cawing in the distance. Then he asked, "What distracted you most this morning?" You listed them: the scroll that tore, the ink that dried too fast, the hunger in your stomach, the sound of the merchant's cart squeaking down the hill, the lingering desire to get it right. He nodded. "All foxes," he said, "but not all real." You were beginning to see what he meant. The true distraction hadn't been the fox. It had been your mind chasing ideas, trying to pin down something that had long since passed. So you sat, breathed, and let your eyes fall half shut, not in sleep, but in surrender, somewhere between one breath and the next. You saw the moment again. Not the image, but the feeling. Surprise, stillness, the way your breath caught, the dew in the air, the knowledge that something sacred had just passed through the world. You returned to the scroll, dipped the brush, and drew one motion, curved, fast, vanishing into white space. It wasn't a fox, but it carried the essence of an animal that didn't ask to be understood, only witnessed. The master smiled. "Very good," he said. "Now forget it." You blinked. He took the scroll, rolled it, and placed it on the fire. It burned quietly, with no ceremony. You watched the ashes rise. Then he handed you a new scroll, blank. Again, you traveled with the master that day. Not far, just a short walk through cedar-lined paths to a monastery nestled at the edge of the hills. The journey was mostly silent, except for the soft rhythm of sandals brushing gravel and the wind threading through bamboo. You had asked, somewhat hesitantly, why he came here once every month. He only replied, to hear what silence is up to. The monastery was ancient, not grand. No gold, No statues, no towering gates, just wooden buildings that creaked like old friends, and monks who moved like leaves stirred by barely there breezes. You noticed how they didn't avoid your gaze, but didn't invite it either. Their presence was clear and light, like smoke from sandalwood incense. Inside the meditation hall, a single figure sat cross-legged at the front, a monk, bald and expressionless. His robe was a muted gray, threadbare at the sleeves, and he looked no different from the others, except for one thing: he did not speak, not even when offered tea, not even when bowed to. The silent monk. You'd heard of him. Once. Someone told you he hadn't spoken in over 10 years. Not a vow, not a punishment, just silence. The master bowed deeply to him and gestured for you to sit. So you did. Minutes passed, then hours. At first, your thoughts flailed, your legs ached, your mind raced. You wondered, what is the lesson here? What are we waiting for? Will he ever speak? But slowly, the discomfort lost its sharpness. Your breath evened. The rustle of robes became like music. The wind outside began to sound like a chant. And the monk, still unmoving, began to appear less like a person and more like a mountain. Not because he was stern, but because he didn't need to shift, perform, or explain. He simply was. You began to understand. The lesson was not in speech. The teaching was not in words. The Dharma was sitting right in front of you, and you were hearing it, not with your ears, but with your whole being. Later, when you and the master walked back to the studio, you finally broke the silence. Did he really not say a single word? The master nodded. He used to, he said. But he found that most teachings grow louder when left unspoken. You walked in silence for a while, absorbing that. Back in the studio, you felt different. Not smarter, not wiser, just quieter. When you picked up your brush, it felt less like a tool and more like an echo of the stillness you had just witnessed. You painted a single horizontal stroke, wide, calm, balanced. It wasn't trying to impress. It wasn't trying to tell a story. It just was. You didn't name the piece. You didn't sign it. You simply left it there, open to whoever needed it. And somehow, without explanation, you felt like something inside you had bowed. Not to the master, not even to the monk, but to the truth that doesn't need to be said. You didn't expect to be interrupted mid-stroke. The morning had been still, as most were now. You had swept the garden, prepared the ink with careful circles, and stretched the scroll evenly across the wood floor of the studio. You were focused, not rigid, but tuned, breath slow, posture natural. The brush dipped and lifted in perfect time with the rhythm of your lungs. And then it happened. A single cherry blossom, loosened by the faintest gust of wind, drifted through the open paper door. It landed softly, perfectly right in the middle of your unfinished line. You froze, the ink still wet, the stroke half drawn, the blossom resting, delicately, like punctuation added by the world itself. You waited for the master to react, to scold, or laugh, or at least raise an eyebrow, but he only sat behind you, sipping his tea as if nothing had occurred. If anything, he looked pleased. You whispered, "Should I move it?" He shook his head slowly. "Let it decide." So you did nothing. You simply watched. The blossom did not move. It stayed exactly where it had landed, resting on your line like a gentle rebuke to your assumption that the scroll belonged to you. The lesson floated towards you quietly. Impermanence does not knock. It enters, unannounced. Always at the moment you believe you have control. You began to breathe again, and you noticed how your tension had returned, if only for a second, clinging to the idea of finishing something, of making a perfect stroke, of resisting the tiny pink interruption. And yet, wasn't this the most honest line you'd made yet? Not because it was technically sound, not because the brush obeyed, but because life unpredictable, beautiful, inconvenient had joined in. Later, after the blossom had finally slipped to the floor and been carried away by a breeze, you didn't resume the stroke. You left it unfinished. It felt whole that way. At lunch, the master told you the story of the poet Ryokan, a monk who once left his hut unlocked, only to return and find it robbed. He laughed and said, "I wish I could have given them the moonlight too." That's how we draw. The master said, we offer what's needed, even the space where something once was. That afternoon, you drew several more scrolls, each one with something intentionally left open. An unfinished loop, a paused line, a suggestion of movement that never fully arrived, not as a gimmick, as a bow to the cherry blossom. That evening, you placed one of the scrolls on the studio wall. It was sparse, just one single arc, like the start of a question. The master stood beside you and nodded. "There are strokes that shout," he said, "but I prefer the ones that listen." And you understood. Some teachings arrive not through study, but through interruption, a falling petal, an unplanned pause, a breath you forget to take until you do. The ghost came just after midnight. You hadn't meant to stay awake that long, but sometimes the silence pulls you deeper than sleep. The master had retired hours ago, leaving you alone in the studio with only the amber glow of the oil lamp and the low creak of the building settling into its age. You sat with your brush in hand, not painting, just watching the ink darken as it dried on your last scroll. And then, something shifted. At first, it was the faintest chill, a drop in temperature that made the hairs rise on your arms. Then came a movement so soft it could have been imagined, a passing shadow where no shadow should have passed. You turned your head, nothing. But when you turned back, the scroll you just finished was no longer flat. Its corner was curled upward, lightly, gently, as if someone or something had just lifted it and let it fall back down. Your breath caught. You were alone. You were certain of that. And yet, weren't you? You didn't call out. You didn't run. You simply sat, still, listening. The air in the room shifted again. No malice, no fear, just presence, like a forgotten memory returning for a brief visit. You looked down and noticed one of the older scrolls resting half unrolled near your mat. One you hadn't touched in days. It bore a line you'd drawn early on a chaotic mess of intention, frustration, and ego, a failure in your eyes. One you had nearly thrown away. But now, in the dim light, it looked different. Not better, not worse, just truer. A whisper rose, not a voice, but a knowing you were haunted by your own expectations. You closed your eyes. You thought about every stroke you tried to control, every image you had tried to force into being, every time you had believed that what you made had to last, to impress, to prove something. But all of it was vapor. Ink fades, scrolls decay. Even the brush splits and frays. Why should your attachments be any more permanent when you opened your eyes? The room felt warmer, still. Whatever presence had visited ghost or memory, illusion or teaching, it had left nothing behind. No footprint, no sound, just space. And in that space, a question emerged. If your work vanished by morning, would you still draw tonight? You smiled. Then you pulled out a fresh scroll, dipped your brush, and painted not to remember, not to capture, not to preserve, but to greet whatever moment would come, and whatever visitor might watch, unseen. When the master entered just before dawn, he saw the new scroll drying on the floor. No marks, no brush strokes, just a single word, written so faintly it looked like a shadow of itself. Welcome, he chuckled. No ghost would dare disturb a mind that open, he said. You didn't reply. You didn't need to. You had let go of the need to hold on. And that was the night the ghost left no trace, and yet changed everything. By morning, the ghost was gone, but its teaching stayed. The master didn't mention it again, and you didn't ask. Not because it wasn't real, but because some things lose their shape when held too tightly. Like breath, like smoke, like certainty. That day, he gave you an unusual assignment. He handed you a scroll that looked perfectly blank. You examined it from every angle, tilted it toward the light, rubbed your fingers gently across the rice paper. Nothing, no ink, no stroke, just faint lines from the parchment's grain, and the subtle memory of weight. He said, "This was painted yesterday." You blinked, but there's nothing on it. He nodded. And yet, it's finished. You wanted to protest, wanted to understand, but something told you the answer wouldn't come from asking. So you sat with it for hours. You watched it as if it were a mirror, waiting for something to emerge. And something did. Not a shape, not a figure, but a sensation, like remembering a dream from long ago. You began to notice tiny imperfections in the paper, specks, shadows, faint depressions where perhaps the brush had whispered across without leaving ink. Or perhaps not. Was it possible the master had simply imagined a painting into it? Or maybe it was your mind filling in the void, hungry for pattern, meaning, something to grasp. But wasn't that the point, that you could never see the present moment if you were too busy trying to define it? That sometimes, the truest expression leaves no mark. The master returned at sunset and saw you still staring. He sat beside you, holding his own brush. Ink is optional, he said, but presence isn't. Then he dipped his brush not in black, but in water, and he painted onto the same scroll. The stroke appeared briefly, just a glistening arc of moisture on the page, and then evaporated before your eyes. Gone. But you saw it, and somehow, that made it more powerful than anything permanent. That night, you began your own scroll, using only water. Each stroke appeared, shimmered, and vanished like breath on a window, or footsteps in fresh snow. You painted an entire scene that no one would ever see. And for the first time, you felt no need to show it, no ache to preserve, no craving to share. You simply watched it vanish and felt lighter for having drawn it. Later, the master offered you a final thought. Most people chase what lasts, he said, but the wise bow to what passes. You thought of the ghost again, and the fox, and the blossom, and now this, the painting that painted itself out of existence. You realized that every mark you made carried its own impermanence. Just like you. Just like everything. And somehow, that didn't make life sadder. It made it luminous. The village elder arrived just after noon, carried in a wooden palanquin by 2 younger monks from the mountain temple. His body was thin and bent like the handle of an old brush, but his eyes were ink dark, deep, patient. He had asked to see the master one last time. You were told not to speak, only to watch. The visit, it seemed, was sacred. The master greeted the elder with a bow that was lower than usual, almost reverent, then guided him into the studio, where the light fell softest through the eastern paper doors. No words were exchanged for a long while, just silence, thick and alive. Then the elder whispered, "One final scroll." The master nodded, his expression unreadable. They sat together for tea. No ceremony, no performance, just the warmth of barley and memory. Then the master prepared the ink. It took longer than usual, not because the process was any different, but because everything moved more gently, as if time itself had been asked to bow. He unrolled a scroll. The paper was whiter than snow, and then he handed the brush to you. You flinched. Surely not. This was his final scroll for the elder, his friend, perhaps his teacher. You hadn't earned such a moment. You weren't ready. The master simply said, "Draw what is needed." Your hand trembled as you took the brush. You felt the full weight of impermanence sitting beside you. This scroll would never hang in a hall. It would never be copied or admired. It would live only for the man who might not live another week. You closed your eyes. What was needed? Not grandeur, not perfection, just truth. A single line curved upward, then paused almost like a breath remembered. Then another line met it, lower, quieter. You dipped the brush again. One final stroke, faint, gentle, vanishing before it finished. When you looked up, the elder was smiling. He looked at the scroll for a long time, then reached for it not to hold it, but to touch just the edge with one trembling finger. Then he bowed. Tears welled in your eyes, though you didn't know why. The monks came soon after to carry him home. He didn't take the scroll with him, but the master rolled it carefully and placed it on the altar beside the studio door. That evening, you couldn't speak. You sat outside in the garden while the master joined you, the moon hanging low behind a net of bare branches. He said, "We draw not for the paper, not for the memory, but for the one who needs to breathe before going." You nodded, and in the quiet that followed, the air felt full like a scroll waiting for one last stroke. Before bed, you lit a single candle. You didn't draw. You just sat, holding the brush in both hands, feeling its weight, its invitation, its promise. It was enough. The scroll would come again, when needed. Until then, you would wait. The accident happened on a morning like any other. The master had risen early. You heard the familiar shuffle of his steps across the studio floor, the quiet click of the inkstone lid, the rhythm of water poured with care. It was all the same until it wasn't. There was a sharp clatter, then silence. You found him kneeling on the floor, one hand clutched tightly at his wrist. The brush had fallen. The ink bowl was cracked in two. His face remained calm, but the fingers of his right hand trembled, bent stiffly in a way they never had before. You reached to help, but he shook his head, not in pride, just patience. Later, after the healer from the village wrapped his wrist in oiled cloth and whispered that age had finally found him, you sat beside him in silence, watching the brush on the floor. The master would not be painting again anytime soon. Will it return, you asked? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he picked up the brush with his left hand, the unused one, and placed it gently in your palm. You will draw, he said. You wanted to argue. That wasn't the lesson. That wasn't how it worked. He was the ink master. You were just the student. But his voice was clear. The Dharma doesn't wait for healed hands. And so you did. You began painting with him, watching. His right hand wrapped and resting on his lap. His left sometimes reaching to adjust your wrist, to realign the weight of your elbow, to tap the scroll where your breath had skipped ahead. But something shifted. The drawings weren't worse, but they were different. Without his hand on the brush, the strokes became more your own, less polished, more searching. Like the lines were listening, not just speaking. You tried to copy his circles, but they never matched. So instead, you began drawing differently. Wider arcs, lines that curved into themselves and never closed. You started painting not just shapes, but feelings. The stiffness of his hand, the gentleness in his teaching, the space that now existed where motion used to be. One afternoon, he motioned for a scroll. With your help, he opened it, laid it flat. Then, trembling but determined, he lifted the brush with his left hand. The stroke he made was weak, imperfect, broken at the edges, but it was alive. When it dried, he laughed full and light, like rain landing on dry earth. Did you see that, he said? You nodded, unsure what he meant. He pointed to the broken edge of the line. That's where I finally stopped trying to be who I was. You sat with that all evening. That night, while he rested, you painted a new scroll, a small one, just a few strokes. One bold line at the top, for who he had been. One fractured line in the center, for who he was now. And one unfinished curve at the bottom for whatever would come next. You placed it by his pillow. In the morning, he simply smiled. Now we're both painting without fingers. He said, in our own ways, and somehow, it felt truer than anything you'd drawn before. You traveled alone that day. The master had suggested it without fanfare, a quiet walk to the mountain peak beyond the valley, where the cedar trees thinned and the sky stretched wide, unpunctuated. He handed you a satchel with rice cakes, a thermos of tea, and a roll of blank paper. No ink, he said. Let the mountains teach you what your brush cannot. And so you went. The path wound through forest and fog, stepping stones half swallowed by moss. The air grew thinner, sharper, but not unkind. Birds called overhead in brief syllables, and sometimes, far below, you could hear the faint rush of a distant stream cutting through rock like time. Hours passed. No strokes were made, no lines drawn. You reached the peak in the hush of early afternoon. There, the wind was constant high, clean, not fierce but full. Below you, the valley lay stretched like a scroll, inked in pine and shadow. You unrolled the paper and placed it on a flat rock. Then you sat. At first, the old instinct crept in reach for the brush. Compose, mark, capture. But this time, you had none of those things, not even water, just the blank paper. and a vastness that required no framing. Slowly, you let your attention expand. First to the small things, a beetle crawling across bark, the way a single pine needle spun in the wind, then outward to the shifting light on stone, the way the sky changed shade without permission, without apology. Everything here was its own art. You had nothing to add. After some time, you picked up a stick and traced a line through the dirt beside you, not on the scroll. Not to preserve, just to move. A curve, a rhythm, an echo of wind. It was gone before you stood up, already fading under the next gust. You smiled. That night, you returned to the studio without a single mark on the scroll. The master asked, "Well, you handed him the roll." He unwrapped it, expecting nothing, which was exactly what he received. Blank, silent, unmarred. He looked up at you with a softness in his expression you hadn't seen before. "You learned how to listen," he said, at last. You nodded. You hadn't heard a single word in the mountains, but you'd heard everything. Later, over warm broth, he explained something you'd long sensed but never fully grasped. Mountains are not empty, he said. They are full of stillness, but stillness, like ink, must be received. You thought about the scroll again. How often you had tried to fill space rather than honor it. How many times you had assumed that creation meant making more. But here, now, you understood. Some scrolls are meant to remain blank, not because nothing happened, but because everything did. The next morning, you returned to your brush. This time, you didn't draw a mountain. You drew the wind passing through one, a broken line, then another, small, subtle, but alive with all that had been heard and all that had been left unsaid. You didn't know it would be your final lesson. The morning began as many others had. The faint warmth of the kettle, the master's robe brushing against the paper screen, your own breath easing into the rhythm of the studio. But something in the air was different, slower, quieter, not sad, just complete. The master sat at his usual place, though he needed help lowering himself to the mat. His hand, once precise and fluid, now trembled slightly with age. But his eyes, those hadn't changed. They still held the same, still, unshakable clarity of ink dried in truth. He placed a new scroll before you. It was already unrolled, already smoothed. At the top corner, his red seal was pressed, faint but present. "Draw," he said softly. "One stroke, no more." You paused. One stroke. What could be said in a single motion? Everything, perhaps. He closed his eyes as you picked up the brush. Not from fatigue, but trust. He didn't need to see. He had already taught. You dipped the brush slowly. The ink clung, thick and dark. You held your breath, not out of fear, but reverence. Then, with a steady hand and quiet heart, you moved. One stroke, wide at first, narrowing near the end, then lifting gracefully, like a bow in wind. It wasn't perfect, but it was whole, honest, present. You exhaled. The master opened his eyes. He looked at the stroke, looked at you, then gave the smallest, slowest nod. "Now rest," he said. You thought he meant the brush, but he meant everything. That night, he slept early. By morning, the studio was still, utterly, exquisitely still. He had passed in the quiet of his final breath, not alone, not unready, like ink finally drying on the last scroll. You tended to the room, not as a student, but as its keeper now. You swept, You prepared tea. You lit incense, not for show, not for ritual, but because it was what he would have done. You looked at the final stroke on the scroll you'd made. It was simple, but in it lived every lesson, every fox, every blossom, every ghost. It held the shape of silence and the memory of motion. For days, you did not draw. You simply watched the world, the wind playing with leaves, the sunlight slipping across old wood, the way nothing ever paused for too long, and how beautiful that was. And then, one morning, you rose before dawn, prepared ink, unrolled a scroll. You dipped the brush, lifted your hand, and then didn't draw. You smiled. There would be time. For now. The present moment was enough. The paper could wait. So now, here you are, body still, breath gentle, mind unclenched. You've walked the ink-stained path from hesitation to trust, from control to surrender. You've watched blossoms fall, ghosts whisper, and silence speak more truth than words ever could. You've drawn circles that never closed. You've let mistakes stay. You've burned scrolls to honor their impermanence. And somewhere along the way, you stopped needing your work to be seen because you were finally seeing. Perhaps your brush, too, has paused. Perhaps the page before you is still blank. That's okay. It means the Dharma hasn't finished its sentence yet. Let this final image stay with you as sleep begins to wash over. Thought a quiet studio in moonlight. Scrolls gently breathing in the breeze, and a single, unmarked sheet, waiting, inviting, never demanding. You kneel before it. You hold the brush. You listen. And for once, there's no hurry to draw, no pressure to fill, only peace in the pause, only the rhythm of your breath, only the spacious, wordless knowing that the present moment is already whole. Rest well, traveler. The paper is patient, and so is the path. Next, we journey to a quiet valley tucked beneath the arms of an ancient mountain where mists roll in like silk, and the air carries the scent of damp stone and pine. Somewhere along a narrow, winding path that no tourist would ever find, a man stands with his hammer and chisel in hand. He is not a monk. He is not a king. He is simply a stonecutter, one who chips away at the mountain's edge not only for a living, but, unbeknownst to him, for a truth he hasn't yet named. The tools are simple, the stone is silent, but what unfolds between them is far from ordinary, because tonight, this man's journey isn't upward through the mountain's trails, but inward, through the steep ridges of ego, desire, comparison, and illusion. The valley does not rush. It stretches its arms wide and breathes slow. You can almost feel the mountain watching, not judging, not speaking, just being. That's how our stonecutter lives too. His name is known to no one beyond the village. And even there, he's mostly called the Quiet One with dust in his beard. Every morning, he carries his lunch in a small cloth and heads toward the quarry as if returning to a temple. The tools don't change. The stones don't change. But the man, he will. He begins, as always, by finding a block of granite near the base of the cliff. With practiced hands, he kneels, runs his fingers over the surface, and breathes with it. Yes, breathes. Not in some fancy, ceremonial way, but in the natural rhythm of someone whose lungs have learned to move with silence. With a steady exhale, he lifts the hammer. Tap, tap, tap. Echoes stretch across the valley, like the gentle pacing of thought. Sometimes he feels as if the rock speaks back not in words, but in vibrations that climb up the chisel and into his palm. He doesn't question it. He just listens. But lately something has stirred inside him. It's faint, but persistent, a flicker of yearning, a whisper. Is this all there is? This morning, he watched a nobleman ride through the village on a tall white horse. Silken robes, guards, power, people bowing like reeds in the wind. And our stonecutter, with dust on his boots and no title to his name, felt something inside him twist. Not quite anger, not quite longing, just a sharp awareness that there was more to the world than chisels and cliffs. And so begins a different kind of carving, the shaping not of rock, but of self. The thought stays with you long after the nobleman's horse disappears down the road. It trails you through the day like smoke from a distant fire, subtle yet insistent. As you strike stone, as you carry slabs in your worn hands, you feel the edge of that yearning not to be powerful, necessarily, but to be seen. To be more than someone who moves silently among stones. You return home that evening, muscles sore, hands stiff, the same way you have every night for years. But tonight, the routine feels insufficient. The same bowl of soup, the same sandals by the door, the same silent stretching between candle and sleep. In the stillness of your small room, something begins to take root. I wish I were more than this, you think. And somewhere in the folds of your mind, a space you've never stepped into before, that wish flickers like a match. The next morning, you wake not to the usual heaviness of routine, but to a strange lightness in your body. The air feels different. Your limbs feel stronger. Your footsteps heavier, more confident. You walk to the river and notice villagers bowing to you. Strange. Then you see it. Your robes are no longer the dusty grays of a stonecutter. They shimmer. Gold threads. Fine embroidery. Your sandals are polished leather. Your wrists heavy with bangles. You're no longer carrying tools, you're being followed by servants who walk in quiet formation. You're the nobleman now. You didn't ask for it. It simply happened. And so you begin your day as someone new. You don't chisel. You don't carry. You command. People nod quickly when you speak. They scatter when you frown. Your words ripple outward like commands on wind. And at first, it feels good. Better than good. Justified. You eat what you want, when you want. The village tailor stitches new robes for you by candlelight. Children bow when they see you coming. But then comes the heat. It is summer. The sun burns white hot overhead, and even under silk and shade, you sweat. The servants complain softly under their breath. The children stop bowing. The villagers stop smiling. They look to the sky, shielding their eyes from the sun's blaze. You too look up, and suddenly it occurs to you, even kings must bow to the sun. And so the thought returns, a craving, sharper than before. If I were the sun, you murmur to yourself, I would need no bowing, no crown. I would simply shine, as if summoned by desire. The shift begins again. You feel your body dissolve not in pain, but in brightness. Your limbs stretch until they are rays. Your mouth becomes light. You rise from the earth and become the sun. It's not a metaphor. You are actually the sun now. You burn high in the sky, massive and golden and alone. Everything that lives turns toward you. And for a moment, just a moment, it feels perfect. You warm fields. You awaken flowers. You gleam off the rivers and heat the backs of pilgrims trekking toward far temples. You are needed, unavoidable, worshipped. But your joy is short-lived, because as you scorch, you also destroy. Too close, and you blister crops. Too long, and rivers dry. People look up, not in reverence but in desperation. Eyes squint, mouths mutter, prayers turn into curses. You feel your heat become a burden. You try to soften, to dim, but the sun does not dim. It only burns. You try to retreat, but the sky offers no shadows. And just like that, a new thought forms. If even the sun causes suffering, perhaps there is something stronger. Clouds, those soft drifting things you once ignored, now float beneath you, reshaping the world below. They block your heat, your rays. They offer comfort where you bring fire. People rejoice when clouds come. They lift their faces in gratitude. So once more, you wish, and once more, you become. You are now the cloud, cool, silent, free. You drift across valleys and mountains, shading the thirsty, misting the forests. You travel without effort. A single breeze carries you across borders. You pass over temples and farms, casting shadow and light alike. It is blissful, but with freedom comes uncertainty. For you soon discover you don't move. Yourself, the wind does. You have no control. One moment, you're over a sunlit field. The next, you're pulled into a storm. You stretch and scatter and reform, no longer whole. Rain falls when the wind says it's time. You weep over hills you've never seen. And still, you're carried on. You feel light, and yet empty, powerless. And so it happens again. Another craving, cloaked in the language of logic. If clouds are pushed by wind, then wind must be strongest. You want that power, the unseen force behind all things. So you become the wind, invisible, everywhere. You whisper through bamboo forests. You roar through canyons. You lift birds into flight. Flags flap, trees bend. People duck their heads. You are presence without form. It is intoxicating, but even the wind has its match. You find it one day when you rush through a valley and meet something that does not move. A stone, a simple, unmoving rock that stands firm as you push against it. You howl, you shriek, you storm, and yet it remains, not defiant, just still. And so, in one final twist, you wish not to be what moves, but what cannot be moved, and you become the stone. At last, silence. You rest in your own weight. The wind passes. The sun scorches. The clouds weep. The kings come and go. You endure. But then, in the distance, tap, tap, tap. The sound reaches you, faint, rhythmic. And before you even understand, something sharp enters your body. A chisel, a hand, a man. The stonecutter, chiseling you. You are the stone now. You thought you had reached the peak of power, the final transformation. Solid, unmoving, impervious. But here you are, being chipped at by a man whose face glistens with sweat, whose grip is firm, whose presence makes the wind seem soft. He kneels beside you, not reverently, but with calm focus. The chisel pierces you again. You feel the pressure, the split, the echo deep within your mass. Each blow reverberates with something deeper than pain, a kind of knowing. Because in this strange loop of becoming, you now see this man has been the only constant. He was there before you envied the king. He was there when you scorched the land. He was there beneath the clouds, quiet beneath your drifting shadow. He was there when you tried to push mountains as wind, and now he is here again, chipping away at the surface you once thought invincible. And suddenly, something shifts. Not in form, but in awareness. You see him now, not as someone beneath you, but as someone returning you to something essential. Something small, plain, and startlingly peaceful. He hums softly as he works. Not a melody, just a rhythm, like the valley's breath, like water trickling down mossy rock. You realize he isn't trying to break you. He's shaping you, piece by piece. He's revealing something hidden within you. And then, slowly, you are no longer stone. You open your eyes. You have hands again, feet, a back sore from kneeling. You are the Stonecutter, the same man as before, but not the same mind. You stagger a little, the way one does after a long, deep sleep. Everything around you is familiar. The path leading from the village, the old quarry, the heavy mallet beside your foot. But you feel as though you've been across the entire sky. And in a way, you have. You laugh. Not loudly, just a quiet breath of recognition. The wind moves the trees above. The sun peeks from behind a cloud somewhere far off. A bell rings in the temple tower. But here, now, you are still. And for the first time since the nobleman rode past weeks ago, you do not wish to be anything else. You sit down beside the slab of rock you were working on before your strange dream. Or was it more than dream? The stone is half-shaped, a flat surface emerging from jagged curves. You run your hand across it, noting the small grains. There's a crack near the edge. You'll need to go around that. Doesn't bother you. There's no hurry. You pick up the chisel, not as a warrior would a sword, not as a king might grasp a scepter, but as an old friend. You begin again. Tap, tap, tap. This time, you notice the way your breath matches the rhythm. You hear the birds, the bees, the distant sound of laughter from the village. The mountain doesn't seem so far away anymore. In fact, it feels like it's leaning in a little, listening. And then a voice behind you says, "Morning, Stonecutter." You turn and see the monk. You've seen him before, usually passing through in silence. He carries a begging bowl and a thin mat rolled over his shoulder. But this time, he stops, watching you for a moment. Then he sits nearby without asking. You keep working, but he doesn't interrupt. Eventually, you speak, "Ever wish to be someone else?" The monk smiles, not as someone amused, but as someone who's heard this question carved in every wall of every temple. "I used to," he replies, "until I realized I couldn't even be myself properly." You both sit in silence after that. No need to untangle the words. They sit there, like stones, smooth and heavy. After a while, he leans forward. "You know," he says. Stone remembers. You nod, because you do know. And so the monk pulls a small cup from his robes, scoops some water from a nearby stream, and pours it slowly onto a moss-covered rock. You watch as the droplets trail along the stone's surface, each carving an invisible path. You think of your own hands, your own thoughts, your years with the chisel, and suddenly, you wonder, have I been carving stone all this time? Or has it been carving me? The monk stands, stretches, and bows, not low, not formally. Just a soft nod that lands between friendship and farewell. You're closer than you think, he says, to what he shrugs. the part of you that doesn't need to become anything else. And then he walks away, his sandals leaving no mark. You return to your stone. The sun has moved an inch. Tap, tap, tap. Days pass, and your work continues not out of necessity, but as a quiet devotion. You no longer approach the stone with the ambition to conquer it. Now you listen. You trace its cracks with your thumb, learning where it wants to break, where it prefers to bend. You don't force your will upon it. You cooperate, co-create. One morning, as dew still lingers on the leaves and the sun sits soft behind a veil of morning fog, you wake with an unusual feeling, not heavy, not restless, but spacious. Your dreams have been quiet. No more kings, clouds, or winds, just silence. And within that silence, a stillness that seems to breathe on its own. Instead of heading to the quarry, you follow the river upstream. Not far, maybe an hour's walk. It's a path you've taken before to gather moss for sharpening stones or cool your feet in summer. But today, you walk without a goal. The river chatters beside you, water against stone, a familiar sound. Now, somehow more intimate. You pause at a clearing where the water cascades down a short ledge into a natural pool. You sit there for a while, watching droplets tumble, scatter, rejoin. The rock at the edge has been carved over centuries by that persistent fall of water, not by force, not by ego, just repetition, just consistency. 1,000 tiny touches changing something immovable into something smooth. It hits you then gently, but unmistakably. This is karma, not punishment, not reward, not cosmic bookkeeping, just cause and effect, just water and stone, just you and your choices. You recall the monk's words stone remembers. So does water. Each ripple, each drop is a decision made long ago. You lean down, cup your hands, and scoop a little of the river into your palms. It's cold. It smells of iron and root. And for no particular reason, you whisper, "Thank you." You don't know if it's to the river, or the stone, or the strange chain of desires that once led you to imagine yourself as king, sun, cloud, wind, and rock. Maybe it's to all of it. Maybe it's just to yourself. You sit there until the sun climbs higher and the valley warms. When you return to the village, something feels lighter. You don't speak of your walk. No one asks. But the clarity stays with you, tucked in your chest, like a pebble in a monk's robe. The next day, while working the stone, you find yourself humming. It's a tune with no name, one of those melodies that doesn't begin or end, just loops like a breeze. And as you hum, a child appears. He's maybe 9 or 10, arms thin, clothes too big for him. You've seen him lingering near the quarry before, tossing pebbles or following dragonflies. Today, he walks right up to you. "What are you making?" he asks. You look at the slab. Truth is, you don't know. A step, you say finally, like for a staircase. You shrug, maybe, or a bench, or the foundation for something no one's imagined yet. He nods, satisfied, then sits cross-legged beside you, watching. After a while, he speaks again. "Doesn't it hurt your hands?" You hold them up, calloused, cracked, weathered, but they don't hurt, not anymore. They're just hands, you say. He thinks on that, then smiles. "Can I try?" You hand him a smaller mallet, not sharp, not heavy. You guide his grip, adjust his stance. He's awkward, but attentive. He strikes once, and the sound rings too loud. A little sharp, but honest. You don't correct him. You let him listen. After a few more tries, he sighs. This is hard. You nod. That's how you know it's worth something. He grins and tries again. In this simple exchange, you sense something beyond words. A ripple in the river of karma. Not yours alone, but shared. This is how change happens, not through becoming powerful, but by letting go of the need to be, by offering your presence, your steadiness, your hands, your breath, and slowly, the child begins to learn not how to strike, but how to listen to the stone, to the silence between taps, to the mountain that speaks in echoes. When his mother calls him home for lunch, he hands back the mallet with 2 hands and a bow you never taught him. You smile, and when he disappears over the hill, you realize you've just taught your first lesson without trying to teach anything at all. The wind picks up slightly, carrying the scent of warm earth and pine. Tap, tap, tap. The stone breathes with you again. The seasons turn gently, like the pages of a sutra left open beneath candlelight. Spring's green gives way to the golden hush of summer, then the curling edges of autumn. You do not mark the time with calendars anymore. Instead, you mark it in stone. Each step, bench, or boundary wall you shape feels less like a task and more like a meditation. Sometimes you realize you've been chiseling for hours without a single thought, only breath, muscle, rhythm, no audience, no praise, and strangely, no craving for either. And then one day, something shifts not outside, but within. You're in the quarry, choosing your next piece. It's late afternoon, shadows stretching like lazy cats across the stone faces. You spot a block that seems wrong, not flawed, exactly just unsettled. The grain doesn't flow right. The cracks run unpredictable. It's heavy, but hollow in spirit. You pause. You used to ignore this feeling, push past it, prove yourself against the challenge. But today, you simply bow your head and walk on. You choose a smaller piece instead, rounded, less dramatic, almost unremarkable. And somehow, it fits perfectly beneath your hands. This is new wisdom, not in how much you can do, but in what you don't choose to do. You feel it in your chest space, the absence of striving. That night, as you rinse dust from your hands in the village stream, you see your reflection wavering on the water's surface. Older, softer around the eyes. You reach to touch it, then pause. Your fingers ripple the image, and you smile. The next day, the monk returns, not walking this time, but seated on a low boulder at the edge of the quarry, sipping tea from a wooden cup. You hadn't seen him arrive? Do you know the story, he asks, of the droplet and the stone? You shake your head. He pats the boulder. Sit. You do. He speaks softly, like someone placing words on the surface of water. A droplet of water once asked the Buddha, "How can I ever make a difference in this vast, unyielding world?" The Buddha pointed to a stone that had been hollowed over centuries. He said, "The droplet never tried to change the world. It simply fell, again and again, in the same place, with the same patience. You look down at your hands. They chipped away at me too," you murmur. The monk laughs gently. They tend to do that. You both sit in silence. You begin to understand something deeply, bodily. All this time, you thought awakening would feel like lightning, like wind sweeping through trees, like the sun blazing through the fog. But now you realize it feels like stillness, like breath, like sitting beside someone who says nothing, and yet everything shifts. When he leaves again, the monk offers no blessing, no koan, no farewell. He only taps your shoulder once, like a master reminding a student the lesson was never in the words. That evening, you walk the path home slower than usual. You notice every sound: cicadas weaving their rasp through air, frogs punctuating the dusk, your own footsteps stirring dust. And then you hear it, not with your ears, but inside, like a memory from long ago. The same tap, 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 echoing back, but not from your hand, from the world. Everything is chiseling away at everything else, gently, persistently. You lie down that night, not with exhaustion, but with peace. Sleep doesn't come. It arrives like a familiar visitor you no longer wait for, no longer need to beg. In the dream that follows, you're standing on the mountain again, but this time, you're not wishing to be anything else. You simply breathe. The valley hums, and you remember before the mountain speaks. It listens. Dawn glows softly along the ridges when you wake, not to the call of duty, but to the call of light. There is no urgency anymore, only rhythm, like the wind moving through pine, or the river rounding another bend. You dress slowly, brush the dust from your sleeves, and step outside with bare feet into dew-cooled grass. This morning, instead of heading straight for the quarry, you take the long way. Through the grove behind your cottage, where the light drips like honey between branches, you pass an old cedar whose bark you've traced 100 times without really seeing it. Now you see everything: the spiderweb stitched from twig to root, the moss blooming in shade, the beetle paused mid-step as though in meditation. You understand. Without thinking, all of it is carving something. Even silence leaves shape. Eventually, the path brings you back to stone. But today, you're not working on someone's order. No foundation, no boundary, no stair. Just a slab you kept tucked at the quarry's edge for months, untouched, unclaimed. You place your palm on it. It's cold, but not indifferent. Just waiting. You've decided to shape something for no reason at all, not for trade, not for approval. Just to see what emerges when you stop trying to impress the world. With no design in mind, you begin. Not with force, but attention. Each strike is a question. Each flake that falls is an answer. You lose track of time. The sun moves across the sky unnoticed. A bird calls. Wind stirs the dust around your feet. Still you carve, not fast, not obsessively, just fully present. And what begins to appear isn't ornate. It's not grand, or complex, or spiritual in the obvious sense. It's a bowl, simple, round, hollow. But as the walls smooth beneath your fingers, a thought rises. This is what I've become. Not the bowl itself, but the emptiness within it. You once longed to be filled with power, strength, light, freedom, permanence. Now, you value space. Space for water, space for breath, space for what others might place into this vessel after you're gone. You understand now why the monk never hurried, why he said so little, why he listened more than he spoke, because nothing rushes that matters. When the bowl is done, you leave it at the edge of the quarry. No name carved into it, no sign to explain its purpose. Just there, open. Later, you hear that someone found it and brought it to the temple. They filled it with fresh lotus petals every morning, sometimes water, sometimes coins, sometimes rice for birds. The bowl became whatever the world needed that day, and still, you don't claim it. You're already full in another way. That evening, as you clean your tools, a voice behind you says, "Still carving?" It's the boy, the same one who struck the stone awkwardly months ago. But now he holds a small mallet of his own, scuffed, but cared for. You nod. Always, he sets his mallet beside yours. "I made something," he says. From the folds of his robe, he unwraps a little stone shape, a turtle, lopsided. Its shell cracked slightly from too much pressure. "It's terrible," he adds, half laughing. You turn it over in your hands. Feel the weight, the honesty. "It's perfect," you say, and you mean it, because it is his. Not copied, not borrowed, just his. You don't offer tips or corrections. You just let him see your eyes, and that's enough. He sits beside you, and together you watch the evening gather in the valley. The sky turns the color of wet slate, and a few early stars peek through. You tell him a story, not about kings or clouds or wind, about the bowl, about what it means to leave space. And he listens, not just with ears, but with something deeper. You can tell. By the time he leaves, he's holding the turtle a little differently, not clutching, not hiding, just carrying, gently, like an offering. When night falls, you sit by the fire, alone, but not lonely. You think of the bowl again, not the shape, but the emptiness. And for the first time, you wonder, what if the purpose of this life isn't to become anything, but to make space for everything? You smile, and sleep finds you soft, unasked. Welcome. There's a certain clarity that comes when you no longer seek to be anything but present. The days now unfold, not with routine, but with invitation. You still wake early. You still walk the path to the quarry. You still carry your tools, but every movement is slower, quieter, not sluggish, but intentional, like the way a candle leans into darkness without fear. This morning, though, something different stirs in the air. You notice it as soon as you open your door. The sky is overcast, not heavy, just hushed. The wind hums low. It's the kind of day where even the birds seem to speak in whispers. You gather your chisel, sling your mallet over your shoulder, and walk the winding way toward the monastery instead of the quarry. They've asked for help not to carve a statue or build a wall, but to shape the new meditation path that curves through the outer gardens. It's not much just placing stepping stones along a gravel trail, but something about it feels sacred. You arrive to find a few monks already there, spreading soil, adjusting lanterns, pruning branches. They nod as you approach, offering small bows, no words. You return the gesture. You begin by kneeling near the edge of the trail, where the first stone should be set. You run your hand through the earth. Still cool? Damp, but workable? Then you reach for the first slab light gray, flecked with pale green lichen, and place it into the soft earth. A perfect fit. The process continues stone after stone. No two alike. Some larger, some nearly round, some oddly curved. You don't force them into symmetry. You listen to the shape of the path. It guides you more than you guide it. As you work, a monk approaches and kneels beside you. She's older than most, with a gaze that seems to hold both dawn and dusk at once. She doesn't speak for a long while. Eventually, she says, "You've shaped much in your life." You pause. "More than I expected to." She watches your hands press soil around a new stone. "And how much has shaped you?" You chuckle quietly. "All of it." She nods, satisfied. Then you understand the real work, and then she stands and leaves. That was it. No sermon, no story, just that. You watch her walk back toward the temple's gate, her sandals brushing against fallen cherry blossoms. You glance down at the stone beneath your fingers. It's nestled into the path like it's always belonged there, like it grew there. You finish placing the last of the stones just as the sky begins to clear. A single shaft of sunlight pierces through the clouds, landing on the trail like a quiet blessing. You brush your palms together, stand, and bow toward the temple, not as a ritual, just as a thank you. On your way back through the village, you pass an old man seated beneath the banyan tree at the edge of the market. He's carving something small, maybe a flute or a spindle. His fingers tremble slightly, but they move with memory. You stop to watch. He looks up and grins, still shaping rocks. Oh, you nod, still being shaped by them, too. He laughs, "Aren't we all?" Then he returns to his whittling, and you continue walking. At home, you sit beside your workbench and open your palm. There's a stone inside, smooth, oval, river-worn. You found it on the path near the temple and carried it without knowing why. Now you place it on the table and simply look. It's unremarkable, really. But as the late sun catches its surface, you notice faint lines, subtle swirls, a quiet complexity that only reveals itself when you stop trying to make it into something. You leave it there, uncut, unclaimed. That evening, you light a single candle and sit by your window, watching the sky fade from gold to violet. You remember the boy with his stone turtle, the monk pouring water on granite, the bowl left behind. Each one taught you something not through instruction, but through invitation. The lesson is never shouted. It waits in the breath between strikes, in the pause before you reach for the next tool, in the moment when you ask not what you can become, but what you can let go of. And tonight, you let go of the need to be wise. You let go of the need to finish anything. You just sit. The candle flickers, the air cools, and all around you, the world continues shaping itself effortlessly, quietly, without ego. Just like you, the first frost arrives silently. You wake to a world outlined in silver rooftops glinting, grasses stiff with cold, stones beaded with ice like crystal offerings. Your breath fogs as you exhale, and the air carries a kind of hush that only winter can bring. It's not a dead silence, more like a stillness that's holding something deep beneath its surface. You pull on an extra layer, wrap your scarf, and step out. The sky is pale, and the wind holds no malice, just a gentle nudge to stay aware. Today, you're not heading to the quarry, nor to the temple. You're going deeper into the valley, to a place few visit. In this season, a stone shrine tucked beneath a cliffside, surrounded by crooked pine and wind-bent bamboo. The shrine has no name, no statue, no offerings, just a flat stone slab, smoothed by weather and time, sheltered by an overhang of earth and root. You've been here only once, years ago, led by a traveling nun who said it was a place the mountain dreams with. You understand what she meant now. As you arrive, you remove your boots and kneel. The stone is ice cold beneath your knees. You don't mind. You place your hands on the altar stone not to pray, but to listen. At first, there's only the creak of trees, the occasional groan of wind slipping through narrow branches. But then something subtler arrives, a sense, a presence, not external, but internal. The stone beneath your palms holds memory. You can feel it. Not like words or visions, but like weight, like knowing. You think of the countless winters it has endured, the snows, the storms, the summers that cracked its surface and the rains that smoothed it again, and yet it remains. You close your eyes and breathe. Here, away from every role, stonecutter, teacher, student, man, you are just presence. There's nothing to fix, nothing to earn, nothing to prove. You realize you've spent your entire life chiseling away at rock, at ego, at illusion, and now, in the cold, beneath the mountain's breath, you see what's left is not emptiness. It's readiness. Readiness to receive, like a field after harvest, like a bowl before rice, like silence before sound. You don't speak. You don't need to. After a long while, you stand. Your legs ache a bit, but even that feels right. You bow not to a deity, not to a symbol, but to the patience of stone. As you walk back through the thinning trees, snow begins to fall soft, slow, like ash from a sacred fire. Each flake lands with purpose. You extend your hand and catch one on your palm. For a brief moment, it glistens a tiny mandala of ice and then disappears. Gone. You smile. That's all it needed to do. When you return to the village, the rooftops are dusted white. The children are already out, laughing, running, catching snowflakes on their tongues. You pause to watch them. One small girl runs up and holds out a stone toward you. It's been painted a clumsy swirl of red and gold. "I made it for you," she says shyly. You take it with both hands. "It's beautiful," you say. "It's just a rock." She shrugs. You crouch to her level. Then it's the kind of rock that holds warmth even in winter. She beams, not fully understanding, but feeling the kindness. Later, you place the painted stone on your windowsill. The snow continues to fall, but the light inside your home is warm. Amber, alive. You sip tea in silence, watching the flakes blur the world into softness. And suddenly, you remember something the old monk once said. Long ago, peace doesn't come when the world stops changing. It comes when you stop resisting the change. Outside, nothing holds still. Trees bend, snow piles, shadows shift, but inside, you're motionless and deeply awake. Tap, 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 somewhere in the back of your mind. The sound continues, not of hammer on stone, but of a lesson returning, again and again, carving the heart into something that can finally hold the silence. The snow lingers for weeks, not heavy enough to trap the village, but steady enough to hush the world into reverence. Paths are softened. The river speaks more quietly beneath its skin of ice. Even the animals step lighter, as if the valley itself has asked for silence. You spend your mornings clearing walkways, not because anyone asks, but because it's a kindness. The broom in your hand feels like an extension of your breath. Sweep, pause, sweep, pause. A rhythm of presence. A meditation without cushion or chant. And in the afternoons, you walk, not far, just where your feet take you. The old road behind the monastery, the hill where the temple bell sleeps, the small footbridge that crosses the frozen stream. Each place greets you like an old friend, familiar, changed, forgiving. One day, While walking the western path that skirts the edge of the forest, you spot something unusual. A single boot print in the snow. Not recent, the edges have softened, but still visible. It leads off the trail, into a cluster of trees. You hesitate, then follow. The trail winds deeper until it opens into a clearing you've never noticed before. In the center sits a man, cross-legged, silent. He's wrapped in layers, back straight, eyes half-lidded, not quite asleep, not quite alert. You recognize something in his posture, steadiness without tension. The kind of presence that takes years to forget how to fake, and longer to truly earn. You do not speak. You sit beside him, not too close. The snow beneath you creaks but does not protest. For what feels like an hour, maybe more, you both sit. No words, just breath. Just the sound of the world breathing too. Eventually, he turns his head, just slightly. You're the one who left the bowl. It's not a question. You nod. He smiles faintly. They use it for tea now, in the evenings. Even the abbot forgets who made it. You smile too. Good. He looks back toward the forest. Strange. Isn't it? How the things we forget keep teaching without us. You consider that. A leaf falls from a snow-laced branch. It twirls down and lands between you. He picks it up, turns it once in his fingers, and sets it back on the snow. Tell me, he asks, what do you do now? Without all the wanton, you pause. I sweep. You say, I walk. I teach. If someone asks, I listen to the mountain. And does it speak back? You look up at the cliffs beyond the trees. Blue-gray stone softened by snow, barely distinct from cloud. Yes, you whisper, but only when I stop needing answers. He nods, satisfied. I used to think awakening would feel like thunder, he says, like something breaking open. You raise an eyebrow. And now I think it's more like this. He gestures at the snow. Quiet, complete, unconcerned. You nod. A crow calls from a high branch, breaking the spell. The man stands, bows lightly, and disappears into the trees, leaving no new prints behind. You sit for a while longer, watching your breath mist and fade. And when you finally rise, you realize something has shifted, not in the world, but in how you carry it. Before, every lesson was something you did. Now, it's something you are. You walk back toward the village, the snow crunching gently beneath your steps. That evening, as you light your small oil lamp, you notice the painted stone still resting on your windowsill. The red has faded a little. A chip has appeared near the edge. You do not fix it. You simply smile. It's perfect as it is. Later, you sit by the fire, a fresh cup of tea warming your palms. You think about that stranger in the forest, about how some people are like that, passing through your life with no name, no explanation, just a gentle nudge towards something deeper. You've met many like that. The boy with the turtle, the monk who emptied water over granite, the girl with the painted stone, each one carving you gently, like the river carves the cliff, not all at once, but over time. You close your eyes, let go of the need to label, let go of the need to remember, let go. Outside, the snow keeps falling, and inside, you grow still again, not from exhaustion, from arrival. The first thaw comes quietly. One morning, you step outside and feel it just beneath the cold, just below the surface of things. The snow still clings to shaded rooftops and sleeps at the edge of stone walls. But something in the air has changed. The stillness has become expectant. The silence, softer. You walk your familiar route to the quarry, though not to work. The tools stay behind today. You're not sure why. Only that your hands feel more like receivers than shapers. On the way, you pause beside the stream. For months, it has been frozen, its voice muted beneath layers of ice. But now, water trickles through a narrow gap in the center, shy but persistent. You kneel beside it and listen. The sound is delicate, like a whisper returning after a long pause. You cup a hand beneath it and watch the water collect and fall again. Cool and alive. It reminds you nothing holds forever. Even stillness melts. At the quarry, the snow has receded in uneven patches. The stone faces are streaked with moisture, veins of green moss waking again. You place your palm against the wall and feel warmth, not heat, but presence. There's no need to cut today. Instead, you walk among the stone piles, noticing details you'd forgotten. A groove shaped like a wave, a chisel mark from years ago, softer now. A corner where a bird built a nest last spring. The quarry, too, has memory, and like you, it is learning to be more than useful. It is learning to be. A figure appears in the distance. The boy no longer quite a boy. Taller now, shoulders straighter. A little more quiet in his gaze. He's carrying something bundled in cloth. As he reaches you, he unwraps it, a stone lantern, hand-carved. The shape uneven, but intentional. The kind of imperfection that feels honest. He places it at your feet. I thought it should live here, he says. This place taught me how to make it. You nod. Then it belongs here? You both kneel and clear a space. Together, you place the lantern beside a path used by no one but birds and wind. It faces east, toward the rising sun. He steps back and asks, "Do you think it will light anything?" You smile. That's not its job. He frowns, confused. You pause, then say, "Its job is to be steady enough so that others know where they are." He lets the words settle. Then he bows, not deeply, not formally, but with the weight of someone beginning to understand. You sit together for a while longer, watching clouds move like boats across the sky. Eventually, he leaves. You remain, not to wait, not to think, just to be. And in that moment, you understand something about your own journey, not the arc of transformation, but the soft landing after it. You are no longer chasing answers, no longer asking the stone to yield secrets. Now, you live in the space between questions. That night, you return home to find a note tucked beneath your door. It's from the temple. They've asked if you might visit soon to speak not about technique, but about patience, about process, about how to wait for stone to speak. You run your fingers across the paper, then fold it gently and set it beside your cup. You will go, but not with lectures, not with plans. You'll go as you are, a man shaped by stone, carved by silence, softened by time. You light the lantern at your window. Its glow is barely visible against the dusk, but that's enough. Its job is not to conquer the night, only to remain. The path to the temple winds upward. You know it well, each bend, each root pushing through the stone, each worn stair where sandals have passed for centuries. But today, it feels different. Not harder, not easier, just quieter inside you as your feet move forward. You walk without narration, without expectation, just one step, then the next. The temple gate appears slowly, revealed by each breath of wind shifting the trees aside. Its wood is weathered, its hinges creak when touched, and its silence feels familiar, like returning to a house where you once whispered secrets to no one. A young monk greets you with tea and bows. He says little, gestures toward a low platform overlooking the inner garden. The others have already gathered 10, maybe 12, robed in gray, seated on straw mats, eyes lowered but attentive. They are not here for technique, they are here for presence. You sit, fold your legs, take a slow sip of the tea. They wait, and so you begin, not with words, but with your breath. You set the cup down, place your hands on your knees, and let the silence bloom. After a while, someone speaks. A novice, maybe 17. His voice shakes slightly. How do you know when a stone is ready to be shaped? You smile, not at him, but with him. You don't. You say, you learn how to listen, not how to decide. The monks glance at one another. You continue, voice soft but steady. When I was younger, I thought carving was about control. I struck harder, faster, thought that force revealed truth. But the more I struck, the more I missed. Until I realized the stone had its own pace, its own lines. My job wasn't to impose, but to accompany. Another monk raises her hand. She's older, perhaps nearing 50. Her robe is mended many times over. But how do you listen to stone? You look to the garden. A single breeze moves the bamboo. Leaves flicker. Shadows dance. You listen the way you listen to the wind. You say, by not needing it to speak in your language. They sit with that for a while. You don't explain further. You simply reach into your satchel and retrieve a small stone you've carried all morning. A palm-sized piece of river rock, smooth, veined, unremarkable. You pass it to the nearest monk. He turns it in his fingers, hands it to the next. It travels around the circle in silence. When it returns, you place it on the wooden platform between you. This stone has never been cut, you say, never been chiseled, and yet it's been shaped by time, by water, by chance. You pause, and still, it holds. The wind passes through the open wall again, stirring a chime that hasn't rung in hours. One of the monks begins to cry, not from sorrow, but something older, something uncarved finally giving way. No one comforts him, no one needs to. You continue. I've carved statues, steps, lanterns, bowls, but the most important thing I ever shaped was my need to become anything. They understand. You can see it in how their shoulders soften. Not all lessons land quickly. Some arrive months later, in a quiet moment under trees, or while rinsing rice, or placing a foot carefully on a forest path. But the seed is planted. Before you leave, they offer you a meal. You accept. The rice is plain, the broth warm. A single pickled plum rests in the center of your bowl. You eat slowly, as they do. No conversation, only chewing and breathing and gratitude. When the sun begins to dip, you bow and take your leave. They thank you. You say nothing. The mountain path home feels different on your return. Not shorter, not longer, just wider somehow. Like something has opened inside you. You don't feel like a teacher. You don't feel like a student. You feel like a lantern. Unlit, perhaps, but steady. The days lengthen. Shadows stretch slower now. The valley swells with color. Spring returns not all at once, but gradually, as though the mountain itself is remembering how to breathe in blossoms. Plum trees dust the hills in pink. Bamboo unfurls with delicate defiance. Everywhere, small things insist on being seen again, and so do the villagers. They begin to visit more often, not in crowds, but in pairs, in quiet ones and twos. A father with his daughter, holding hands. A widowed woman, holding silence. An old merchant who once sold you boots, now walking with a cane. They come not to ask for carvings. They come for something less definable. Presence. One morning, the boy, the one who made the turtle, returns. He's older now, maybe 13, taller, more thoughtful. He brings with him a question. Will you teach me to carve again? You smile. I thought you were already carving. I was, he says, but I started rushing. I wanted to make something impressive, but everything just broke. You nod. You've broken many things that way? Then it's time to stop making, you say, and start noticing again. He blinks, noticing you hand him a new chisel, not sharp, worn smooth by years of calloused hands. Take it to the river, you say. Spend the day there. Don't carve anything. Just listen. The stone will tell you when it's ready. He frowns. What if it doesn't? You laugh gently. Then neither are you. He laughs too, unsure whether he's been given a task or a riddle. But he goes. And that's enough. Later, you walk the old path past the temple. You pass under the cherry trees that bloom each year without apology. Petals fall around you like whispered reminders. Everything changes. Everything returns. Everything ends. You pause at the cemetery just beyond the temple wall. Small stone markers dot the hill, some leaning, some moss-covered, all enduring. One in particular catches your eye not because of its shape, but its quiet. You kneel and trace your fingers along the engraving. Faint, nearly gone. You don't know the name? You don't need to. You sit beside the grave a while, not in mourning, but in companionship. Whoever rests here was once shaped by the same winds, the same rain, the same hunger to be more, the same eventual peace. You whisper a phrase without knowing where it comes from. May your stone be smooth now. When you return home, the boy is waiting. He holds a stone in both hands, oval, uncut, river polished. I didn't carve it, he says. You gesture for him to sit. Tell me about it. He looks at the stone as though it might answer for him. It reminded me of breathing, he says. Not deep breaths. Just the small ones that happen when you're not paying attention. You nod. And then I felt like carving would only interrupt that. You reach over and gently take the stone from his hands. It's warm. It holds a silence you recognize. You've already shaped something, you say. You're listening? He smiles wide, real, not proud, but awake. That night, you place the river stone beside the one the girl painted for you in winter. One raw, one touched by hands, both speaking the same thing quiet. You light your lantern, not for light, but for presence. You sit with a cup of tea and listen to the wind move through the eaves. The world outside is blossoming, and you, Stonecutter, not Stonecutter, are neither behind nor ahead. You are here, and that, finally, is enough. The days now arrive like soft footfalls, unannounced, unhurried, content to pass unnoticed. You no longer divide time by tasks. You measure it in sounds. The first bird call before sunrise. The hush between the temple bells echoes. The way wind brushes across stone as if smoothing wrinkles from an old friend's face. One morning, you awake before dawn, not from dreams, but from stillness. A different kind of silence sits in the air, not empty, just spacious. You wrap yourself in your robe and step out beneath a sky still ink dark. No moon tonight, just a smattering of stars and the promise of morning pressing at the edges. You walk barefoot down the path to the edge of the quarry, not to work, just to be. And there, in the dim light, you find something unexpected. The boy kneeling. He's alone, wrapped in his own breath, eyes closed, his hands resting lightly on a stone. He doesn't notice you at first. You don't speak. You kneel beside him. Minutes pass, maybe hours. When he opens his eyes, he doesn't flinch. He just turns slightly and nods, as if to say, "I'm not carving today. I'm listening." You nod in return. A few heartbeats later, he speaks. "I think this one's almost ready." You look at the stone, jagged, veined. Not easy, but it holds something. Potential, or maybe just patience. You ask, "How can you tell?" He shrugs. It stopped pushing back. You both sit with that. Then, without ceremony, you rise and leave him there, not as a student, but as someone who has found the doorway. Later, as the sun warms the valley and villagers begin their daily rituals, you walk through the marketplace. Familiar faces greet you not with reverence, but with comfort, like a stone in the hand, worn, known, necessary. A woman calls to you from her stall. "You still working?" she asks. "Slicing bamboo shoots for soup?" You grin. "Sometimes." She chuckles. "We used to say, your hammer was louder than the bell." You touch your chest lightly. Now the bell's moved inside. She doesn't understand. Not fully, but she smiles anyway. A few stalls down, you spot the girl from the winter, the one who gave you the painted rock. She's grown, taller now, braids streaked with sun. She's carving a small figurine from wood, tongue between her teeth in concentration. She sees you and beams, holding it up. "It's a cat," she says proudly. "It looks like a potato with ears. It's perfect," you say, and mean it. She hands it to you. Now you have 3. You pause. 3. The turtle, the bowl, and now this. You hadn't thought of it like that, but she's right. 3 gifts, none asked for, all complete in their imperfection. You bow slightly. Thank you. That evening, as clouds gather above the mountains and the air thickens with the scent of rain, you sit by the window with all 3 gifts before you. The turtle, the bowl, the cat. You run your fingers across their surfaces, wood, stone, paint. Each one a lesson. Each one a mirror. Each one unfinished. And that's what makes them whole. Rain begins to fall. You listen as it taps against your roof, against the windows, against the old tools still hanging by your door. You haven't used them in days, and yet you've never stopped shaping. Not stone, but space. Inside yourself, inside others. You pick up the turtle. Its lopsided shell fits perfectly in your palm. Still learning, you whisper, not to it, to yourself, to the quiet part within you that now guides your hands, your thoughts, your days. The rain continues. You close your eyes. And for the first time in years, you don't need to finish anything. You are the shape you were meant to be. The river runs higher now, swollen with spring melt. Its waters rush with purpose, not chaotic, but full of intention. Like a monk late for zazen. You walk beside it one morning, sandals in hand, your feet sinking into the soft mud along the bank. The stones here have shifted, rounded smoother, rearranged by time and current. You spot one that seems familiar, though you're sure you've never seen it before. It's a modest thing, almond-shaped, striated with pale pink lines. You pick it up, weigh it in your palm. It feels like the beginning of a thought, and suddenly, you realize you haven't picked up a stone in weeks. Not for carving, not for keeping, just haven't. The hunger that once compelled you to shape every rough edge, every misfit boulder, has gone quiet, not disappeared, just softened. Like snow receding into soil, you smile. You place the stone back where you found it. Let the river finish what it started. Back in the village, the temple has prepared a festival, not a grand one. No banners, no parades, just tea, dumplings, and worn mats set out beneath the trees. The monks invited you weeks ago. You weren't sure you'd attend, but today, your feet carry you there before your mind has a say in it. At the temple gate, children giggle and chase each other with paper fans. One of them, the girl with the painted stone, spots you and races forward. "Come see what I made," she cries, dragging you toward a shaded corner where her tiny shrine of handmade figurines sits: cats, turtles, clouds, a lopsided sun. "It's a world," she says seriously. You crouch beside her, studying it. "I see that." You say, "Does it have a name?" She shrugs. "It just is. Perfect." As she dashes off to show someone else, you remain kneeling, looking down at her little universe. The way she's arranged the pieces, not by symmetry or logic, but by feeling. There's a lesson here too. You think, maybe that's the thing about Zen, less a path, more a way of arranging the present moment so that you can live in it fully. You sit beneath the trees for a long while. No one disturbs you. A monk eventually brings you tea, freshly steeped, fragrant with jasmine, and sets it beside you with a silent bow. You nod in return. Across the garden, you notice the boy again, taller still, more comfortable in his skin. He's helping set stones along a new footpath, not cutting, just placing. You watch as he pauses, steps back, tilts his head, adjusts a slab by a mere inch. It's exactly right. You close your eyes and take a sip of tea. It tastes like spring rain on warm stone. Later, as dusk gathers and lanterns blink to life, a few villagers ask you to speak, just briefly. They don't want a lecture, just a story. You step to the small, raised platform, feet bare, hands empty, and you begin not with wisdom, but with memory. You tell them about a man who once wanted to be everything: a king, the sun, a cloud, the wind, even a mountain, and how, in trying to become more, he became scattered, until the day he became a stone, and finally stopped running. And there, chiseled and still, he listened and heard the one voice that mattered, his own. The crowd is quiet, not transfixed present, and that's enough. You leave the platform with no applause, no farewell. Only the feeling of stories settling into hearts like pebbles into ponds. On the walk home, the stars return. The sky is clear now, wide, open. You pass the old cedar tree, the moss-covered bench, the crooked lantern you placed years ago. Each one greets you like a mirror. Each one says you are here. And when you reach your door, you pause. You don't open it. Not yet. You stand in the night air, head tilted, listening. There it is again. Tap, tap, tap. Not a hammer now. Not a chisel. Just your heartbeat, steady as stone. The morning arrives with the gentlest breeze, a hush so complete it feels like the sky is holding its breath. You sit in your doorway, as you often do now, with a small bowl of tea warming your hands. There is no rush to begin the day, no list, no waiting task, just the world as it is. The mountain, veiled in mist, the bamboo, bowing in rhythm, the breath, yours steady. You think of the stone again, the one you left by the river weeks ago. You don't regret letting it go. In fact, you realize you've been letting go of things for a long time now. Ambition, judgment, even the quiet hunger to understand. It's not that these things were wrong. They were simply too tight for the path you're on now, a path that grows wider the less you carry. You rise and walk to the shelf beside your window. There they sit, your 3 gifts. The painted cat, now slightly faded. The smooth river stone offered in silence. The turtle, still round, still lopsided. You lift the turtle gently and place it in your palm. It fits differently now, not because it's changed, but because you have. For a moment, you imagine a great hand cradling you the same way, not to correct, not to fix, but to hold, gently, with reverence, just as you are. You close your eyes and bow, not with the body, but with the heart. A knock at the door. You open it to find the boy again, taller still, eyes quieter. He holds a small bundle. Inside, wrapped in cloth, is a chisel, not new, yours. He places it in your hand without a word. You feel its weight, its history. You nod. I think I'm done carving for a while, he says softly. You glance at his hands, calloused now, shaped by effort. You say, then now is when you really start learning. He smiles. Before he leaves, he turns. Thank you. But it's not the kind of thank you people say when they're being polite. It's the kind people say when they realize they were seen. You close the door, sit again, watch the light climb across the floor, and there, without any ceremony, you decide you'll visit the mountain today, not to work, not to remember, just to be. You pack a small bag tea, a blanket, a smooth stone from the shelf, no tools. The walk is long, but your legs are ready, your breath steady. The path winds higher, narrower, the village disappearing below in layers of green and smoke. By midday, you reach the old plateau where the stone first whispered all those years ago. You sit, unwrap your blanket, pour yourself tea. The wind greets you like an old friend, and so you answer, not in words, but in presence. You sit until the sun begins its descent, and then, slowly, you begin to descend too. Not downward, but inward. As dusk folds itself into night, you return to your home one last time today. Your steps are slower now, not from age, but from reverence, as if each footfall is a thank you to the path beneath it. Inside, the light is low. A single lamp, the smell of cedar and tea. You set down your bag, remove your sandals, stand still for a moment, letting silence wrap around you like a familiar robe. You move to the window and look out. The sky is velvet, stars scattered across it like rice on dark cloth. A soft wind rustles the eaves. Somewhere in the distance, the temple bell rings its last note of the day. And in this space between one breath and the next, you feel it. Completion. Not of a task, not of a chapter, but of a turning. Like the wheel of a potter's wheel, slowing to stillness. You return to your cushion. Wrap the blanket around your shoulders. Cradle the stone in your palm. There is no more to teach. There is no more to say. There is only this moment. And this moment is vast. You close your eyes. Your breath deepens. The night exhales with you. The stone in your hand remembers you. You are not the king, not the sun, not the wind, nor the rock, nor the cloud. You are not even the stonecutter anymore. You are simply here, and the mountain nods. Next, we step into a sleepy old village tucked between snowy hills, where chimneys hum softly into the sky and warm light flickers behind frosted glass. You walk past quiet bakeries, shuttered bookshops, and finally reach the tiniest storefront on the square. Its hand-painted sign reads, Horologist and Sons, Est 1731. Inside, time doesn't race. It doesn't tick, really. It waits. A single lamp glows inside the watchmaker's shop. Brass gears catch the light like slow stars. The air smells faintly of pine oil and old wood. Dust floats gently, undisturbed. And there, hunched over a velvet cloth, sits the watchmaker older than most, quieter than all inspecting the insides of a silent watch. Not to fix it, just to see what silence looks like. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, let me know where you're listening from tonight and what time it is there. If time still matters, where you are. Now, dim the lights for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The watchmaker's name was Emil, though almost no one called him that. The village children whispered that he had once built a clock so perfect, it ticked only once a year. Adults laughed at that, but they still brought him broken heirlooms, wristwatches, and the occasional cuckoo bird that refused to sing. Emil was not what you'd call warm, but he was not cold either, like a pocket of still air between ticking seconds. He moved gently, with the kind of slowness that made you slow down just watching him. He didn't believe in rushing. He didn't believe in much, honestly, except that every mechanism had a reason for being, and every silence held more than noise ever could. His shop had no music, no ticking wall clock, no open hours. He opened the door when he felt like it, closed it when he forgot to keep it open. And the town accepted this. You'd think a man like Emil would hate the snow. But no. The snow, he claimed, made people less interested in their watches. And on snowy days, fewer customers came in demanding punctuality. One such snowy evening when even the candle flames in the windows seemed to lean inward. Toward warmth, Emil was examining a tiny Swiss timepiece with a missing second hand. Not a big problem, but he wasn't planning to fix it. Not tonight. He just held it, watched the unmoving face, and let his breath rise like steam on the glass. He wondered what would life be like if time didn't tick. Would people still rush to catch carriages that weren't on time? Would bakers still wake before the sun? Would birds still migrate without calendars? He didn't know. But he found comfort in not knowing. And then, just as the clock struck no hour at all because Emil had long since removed its chime, there came a soft knock at the door. 3 gentle taps, almost rhythmic. Emil stood slowly, pushed open the creaking wood, and on the other side, dusted in snow like a forgotten statue, stood a man in robes. No shoes, no bag, just a single wooden staff, and the calmest expression Emil had seen since the mirror stopped lying to him. The man bowed not too deeply and asked, "Do you know what time it is?" Emil blinked, turned to look at the wall of watches behind him, all frozen, silent, paused. "No," he said simply, "but I was just thinking about that." And that, oddly enough, was how everything began to unravel, or maybe, finally, began to tick. The watchmaker stepped aside, motioning with 2 fingers for the man to enter, though no words passed between them for a while. The visitor, his robe the color of aged sand, moved as though each step had already been taken 1,000 times. No rush, no hesitation, just placement, balance, breath. He didn't look like a local, not with that shaved head, not with that staff, and certainly not with the way he seemed entirely untouched by the cold. Emil noticed his feet bare against the wooden floor, now dusted with slush, and yet no flinch, no complaint. Instead, the monk walked directly to the far table and placed his staff beside the empty velvet work mat. Then, wordlessly, he sat on the cushion meant for customers and smiled with something deeper than kindness, something that felt like permission. Emil cleared his throat and finally spoke. "I assume you're not here to have a watch repaired." The monk shook his head, eyes glinting slightly. "No," he said. "I heard there was a man here who listens more than he speaks. I was curious what silence sounds like. In a room full of clocks." Emil's lips twitched, almost a smile. "Depends which ones are broken and which ones aren't," the monk replied. They sat in that for a moment. Not the silence, but the kind of pause that holds meaning, a quiet full of weight. Outside, the snow thickened. The village square blurred into a monochrome hush, with only the occasional thump of snow sliding off a roof. The watchmaker moved slowly to the kettle, a copper thing that hissed and steamed like an old breath. As he prepared tea, he glanced back at the monk, now lightly touching a motionless clock face with his fingertips, not to read it, just to feel it. "That one hasn't worked since 82, Emil offered. "Which 82? The monk said softly, not lifting his eyes. Emil chuckled. They drank the tea in silence, both holding the ceramic bowls with 2 hands, as though cradling something precious and easily lost. And finally, the monk spoke again. "Do you know the story of the boy who measured time by breath alone?" Emil shook his head. He was a novice at a Zen temple in the mountains. Very punctual. Always rang the bell at the right hour, swept before dawn, ate before the gongs. But one night, a snowstorm like this covered the sundial, froze the water clocks, jammed the sand timers, and the master told him, "No more watches, no more chimes, just sit. And when you feel the hour, ring the bell." And Emil asked, the tea warming his palms. The monk smiled. The bell was never late, but it was never the same time twice. Outside, a dog barked once, then stopped. Inside, Emil leaned back on his stool, the leather creaking beneath him. "I used to think," Emil murmured, "that time was a thing to be tamed. Like a wild horse. You build better fences, stronger gears, more precise springs, but it always gets out." The monk nodded, perhaps because it never wanted to be inside. There was something soft in the air now, not just steam or stillness, a shift. As if Emil's shop, always so precise and measured, had exhaled and slumped into its wooden bones. The monk rose and walked slowly toward a wall of stopped clocks' wristwatches, pocket pieces, ornate cathedral replicas, and gently placed his palm on one. "Which is your favorite?" he asked without turning around. Emil pointed. "That one there, the little gold one, never worked. Not even once. But the case is perfect." The monk inspected it, held it to the light. "Perhaps it functions just as it was meant to." Emil frowned. "By doing nothing, by reminding you that not all things must move to have meaning." For once, Emil didn't argue. That night, after the monk left with a silent bow and a step as soft as snowfall, Emil didn't wind a single clock. He just sat there, letting the warmth of the tea linger in his chest. One watch ticked faintly behind him, not because he wound it, but because it chose to. Or maybe because the room was quiet enough to hear it again. That, he thought, might be the first lesson. Not how to fix time, but how to hear what it isn't saying. And so, while the rest of the village counted hours by firewood and dinner bells, the watchmaker sat in the company of soundless machines and listened to the pause between moments, which he was now starting to believe was where the truth really lived. The next morning arrived without fanfare. The sun, veiled behind a sheet of pewter clouds, barely filtered through the frost-laced window panes. Emil stirred beneath his wool blanket, his ears adjusting not to an alarm bell or chime, but to the creaking bones of his cottage and the muffled hush of snow piling outside. He sat up slowly. No rush, no urgency, just the weight of a new day arriving without ceremony. Downstairs in his shop, the air felt different. Not colder, not warmer, just less mechanical. It was as if the visit from the monk had demagnetized something. The usual tug of obligation, the ticking checklist of repairs and scheduled pickups, was strangely absent. Instead, Emil found himself staring at a watch that refused to tick. It had belonged to a woman once. He remembered. Brought in years ago with a note. It stopped the day he died. "Please don't fix it." Emil had honored the request, though he kept the piece near the window, where light would rest softly across its cracked glass. Today, that same light warmed the golden rim. He moved to the bench but didn't pick up his tools. Instead, he walked to the far end of the shop where a different kind of timepiece rested on a cluttered shelf, a sundial. It had been gifted to him long ago by a retired sailor from Crete. Useless in a place like this, where winter swallowed sunlight for months at a time. Still, Emil carried it carefully to the window, brushing off the dust with the edge of his sleeve. He set it down, tilted it toward the narrow shaft of gray sky, and stepped back. No shadows, no time. He stared at it anyway. Hours passed, or minutes, or none at all. He didn't check. Then came a knock. Not on the door this time, but the window. The child's face was pressed against the fogged glass, her breath blooming in slow circles. She waved, then pointed downward. Emil followed her motion and noticed a bundle in her mittened hands. Opening the door, let in a gust of cold and the rich scent of chimney smoke. "For you," she said, cheeks pink from the air. "Mama said it's broken." It was a small wooden box with a clasp. Inside sat a carved sundial, simpler than his own, with a snapped gnomon, the vertical piece used to cast a shadow. Emil blinked. "You use sundials?" The girl nodded. Mama says clocks lie, but shadows tell the truth. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or take that more seriously than anything he'd heard in years. He simply took the dial and nodded his thanks. Do you want it fixed? He asked. No, she said. Matter of fact. Just wanted you to see it. Then she ran off, boots crunching rhythmically down the snow-covered path, vanishing behind a wall of hedges, back inside. Emil turned the broken sundial in his hands. The wood was soft, worn down by weather and time, but not ruined. He could repair it, but part of him wondered if that would ruin it. He placed it beside his own and stepped back. The irony didn't escape him 2 sundials, neither casting shadows, sitting in a watchmaker's shop that no longer ticked. Yet somehow, everything felt more aligned than ever. He returned to his workbench, but instead of the usual tools, he pulled out a tiny journal, one he hadn't written in since before the war. On the first clean page, he wrote, "Today I received a broken sundial and a message I didn't know I needed." He paused, then added, "Maybe stillness is a kind of movement." Outside, the clouds shifted slightly. A thin slice of sun peeked through, just long enough to cast a faint shadow across the dial. Emil didn't move. He let it rest there. He let it mean whatever it meant. And then, as if guided by muscle memory alone, he stood and turned every single clock in his shop to 12 in a row. Noon or midnight, he didn't specify. All hands pointing straight up, not to mark a moment, but to free it. When the sun vanished again behind the clouds, he didn't feel the loss. He just sat. No ticking, no humming gears, only the distant echo of a child's boots, a sundial's broken silhouette, and the gentle weight of now. That evening, after he closed the shop early, for no particular reason, Emil sat on his porch in a worn-down chair. Snowflakes landed on his sleeves and melted slowly, one by one. He didn't brush them off. Instead, he counted his breath. 1 in, 1 out. No more, no less. He thought of the monk's visit, the phrase he'd used, "Time doesn't tick where tea is warm." Now, in this deep winter quiet, Emil was beginning to understand. By morning, the snowfall had deepened, swallowing the edges of cobblestone paths and quieting even the echo of horse hooves. The village square looked erased, as if the world had exhaled and blurred its outlines. Inside the clock shop, Emil sipped tea in a small ceramic cup with a crack running through the handle. He had no urge to repair it. As steam curled upward, he found his gaze drifting again to the broken sundials on the sill. They remained just as he left them, useless, beautiful, honest. Then the bell over the door gave a single, soft chime, not from use, just a gust of wind that slipped through the latch. A man entered, tall and rigid, wrapped in a coat far too stiff for weather like this, the kind of man who wore urgency like a pocket square. He didn't smile. He didn't remove his gloves. He simply marched forward and placed a sleek, silver watch on Emil's counter like a challenge. "Losing time," the man said. "Every day. 4, maybe 5 seconds." Emil raised an eyebrow. "Unacceptable," the man added. Emil turned the watch over in his palm, a newer model, all machinery and intention, the kind designed not to age, not to breathe, not to rest. He pressed it to his ear. The tick was sharp, precise, almost surgical. "Losing seconds?" Emil echoed, mostly to himself. Yes, the man confirmed. My job requires accuracy. What is your job? Emil asked, setting the watch down. Train schedules, the man said crisply. Connections? Departures? Arrivals? We don't have room for hesitation. Emil nodded slowly, as if trying to understand a foreign dialect. Have you ever noticed, he said, how time feels longest when you're watching for it to pass? The man frowned. That's not helpful. Perhaps not, Emil said gently. He opened a drawer and removed a tiny toolkit, the pieces glinting like slivers of captured lightning. But he didn't use them. Instead, he leaned forward. Tell me something, he said. When you were a child, did you ever lose time on purpose? The man blinked. What do you mean? Staring at the sky, watching snow melt, blowing on dandelions until you forgot what you were supposed to be doing. The man's eyes narrowed. I don't see how that's relevant. Emil nodded. Most people don't. Not until they're older than the watches they wear. He slid the silver piece back toward the man. This is as accurate as it will ever be. What you're losing isn't time. It's attention. The man hesitated. So, you won't fix it? Emil smiled faintly. There's nothing to fix. There was silence, thick and uncertain. Then, with a small, frustrated breath, the man took the watch, turned sharply, and left. The bell above the door gave a half-hearted jingle. Emil didn't watch him go. Instead, he picked up one of the broken pocket watches on the counter. This one had belonged to his father. It never kept perfect time, not even when it was new. But Emil remembered holding it to his ear as a boy, imagining the sound wasn't ticking, but whispering, as if time were trying to say something softly, something most people were too impatient to hear. He thought again of the monk and the tea, of the girl with the sundial, and now of the man with the train schedules. The spectrum was wide. On one end, breath. On the other, arrival times. He opened his journal again. Some measure time by trains, others by tea. One demands precision, the other invites presence. He paused. Maybe both are right, but only one leads to peace. That evening, just before closing, Emil wandered into the back room, a place few customers ever saw. It was cluttered, a little dusty, filled with pieces he had never found the heart to part with. In one corner stood an old grandfather clock, its pendulum long stilled, its face faded into the same sepia tones as memory. Emil approached it and, for the first time in years, opened the front panel. Inside, tucked behind the housing, he found a folded piece of paper, a letter, his father's handwriting. He hadn't seen it since the funeral. If you're reading this, it means the clock has stopped again. Maybe you'll fix it. Maybe you won't. But don't forget, I didn't build this to keep time. I built it to hold a place in the room. A quiet place. Just for thinking. Emil stared at the letter for a long while, the edges trembling, ever so slightly in his hands. He placed it back, closed the panel, and didn't touch the pendulum. That night, when the wind howled softly against the shutters, Emil fell asleep in the workshop chair, surrounded by clocks that no longer ticked, and a silence so deep it felt alive. No dreams, no alarms, just the quiet agreement between presence and peace. The next day brought no visitors, just a silence that draped itself across the village like a soft gray scarf, tucking into the folds of snow-covered rooftops and empty benches. Emil didn't mind. He liked days like this, where nothing announced itself, where no footsteps echoed down the alleyways, where the world seemed to inhale and never quite exhale. He stood behind the counter, rolling a gear between his fingers, and let the morning unfold without direction. Then, a letter arrived, not by post, not even by hand. It was slipped through the door under the weight of a smooth riverstone. The envelope was made of handmade paper, thick and fibrous. Inside, a folded parchment bearing a charcoal sketch of a sundial, much like the one the child had brought, alongside a note in neat handwriting. You once fixed the unfixable. I wonder if you can now understand the unmeasurable. By the southern hill, near the linden grove, no name, no signature, just curiosity. Emil turned the paper over, again and again. Then he looked out the shop's front window toward the southern hill. It wasn't far, perhaps a 15-minute walk through the drifts. He weighed his options, then stood, grabbed his coat, and left. Outside, the snow gave a soft crunch under his boots. The cold wasn't biting. It was the kind that numbed without malice. His breath trailed behind him in white clouds, dissolving before they touched the linden trees in the distance. At the base of the hill, a path curved gently between trees whose bare branches scratched lightly at the sky. There, under a natural arch formed by two old trunks leaning toward one another, he found a figure seated cross-legged in the snow. Not the monk. A young woman this time. Eyes closed, face calm, hands resting palm up in her lap. Before her, in the snow, was another sundial. Not broken intact, but blank. No markings, no numerals, no gnomon. Just a round disk of smooth stone. Emil approached quietly, not wanting to disturb whatever moment this was. But the woman opened her eyes without flinching. "You came," she said simply. "I did." She gestured to the sundial. "It was my grandfather's. He said it only worked when you didn't look at it." Emil tilted his head. "And did it?" He said yes, she replied. "But I think he meant something else worked." Emil knelt beside it, brushing the snow gently from the surface. It was beautifully carved, smooth to the touch, but useless in any technical sense. "Why did you send for me?" he asked. "Because you used to fix what others threw away," she said. "Now I hear you don't. That seemed worth seeing." He chuckled quietly. "I've been accused of worse." She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Tell me, clockmaker, what time is it?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked up. The sun, though pale, was peeking through a drift in the clouds. It cast light through the branches, dappling the snow in quiet patterns. He inhaled. "It's now," he said at last, "and now again." She nodded slowly, as if this was the answer she had hoped for, or perhaps feared, or maybe both. They sat together in silence. A few birds chirped in the distance, brave souls. Ignoring the calendar, wind danced through the branches. Emil thought he could almost hear the rhythm of something larger than seconds. Maybe it was the earth turning. Maybe it was just breath. After some time, the woman stood. She bowed not in the formal way the monk had, but as one might to an old friend at the end of a shared walk. "Thank you," she said, "for confirming I'm not late." Then she walked off through the trees, leaving only footprints and the impression of presence. Emil stayed a moment longer, eyes on the sundial that didn't measure anything. And yet, somehow, it felt accurate. Back at the shop, he opened the ledger he hadn't touched in weeks. Not the journal, but the formal repair book. where every entry had once been made with neatness, precision, accountability. Now, he turned to a fresh page and wrote only this: no repairs, today. Witness time instead. He closed the book. That night, the clocks in his workshop seemed quieter than usual, not broken, just softer, less eager. As if they too had heard something new in the silence. He wound none of them. Instead, he poured himself a second cup of tea and sat beside the window, watching snow fall with the patience of someone who had finally stopped trying to get ahead of it. The following morning, the village square lay hushed beneath another fresh blanket of snow, undisturbed save for a single, thin trail of fox prints weaving between the bakery and the chapel. The town moved slowly in winter, but Emil now realized it had always moved slowly. He had simply spent too many years trying to keep up with seconds that no one else was counting. He leaned against the shop's wooden doorway, holding a cup of tea too hot to drink. The air bit at his cheeks, but he didn't mind. There was a clarity in the cold, like a page wiped clean just before the first word appears. Across the square, near the chapel steps, a small child crouched beside a patch of snow. As Emil watched, the child reached out a mittened hand and pressed it gently into the powder. He held it there for a moment, unmoving, then removed it, revealing a perfect imprint: 5 tiny fingers and a shallow palm, cupping nothing. But to Emil, it cupped the entire present moment. He returned inside. There, on the counter, lay the broken pocket watch he had meant to fix years ago, a gift from a woman who had since passed on. Its crystal cracked, the chain tarnished. He picked it up now, not to repair it, but to look again with new eyes. As he held it, the bell above the door chimed faintly. This time, it wasn't a customer. It was the sound of the wind nudging open the door just wide enough to carry in a soft voice. "Excuse me," came a hesitant tone. A boy stood in the entryway, perhaps 9 or 10, bundled in mismatched scarves and a too large coat. He clutched something in his arms, a wooden object wrapped in cloth. "My father says you used to fix things," he said. Time things." Emil nodded. "Sometimes I still do. Sometimes I don't." The boy approached cautiously and unwrapped his bundle. Inside was a crude wooden sundial, clearly handmade, perhaps even carved by the child himself. The gnomon was slightly crooked, and the base uneven. "My teacher says it doesn't work, but it does. I just don't know how yet." Emil took the sundial into his hands and studied it. It had charm. It had effort. It had the kind of imperfections that spoke of care, not neglect. "It works," Emil said. "It's just honest." The boy tilted his head. Honest, Emil smiled. "It tells the truth only when someone is patient enough to wait for it." The boy brightened, as if permission had been granted. "Can I leave it here?" he asked. "Maybe the other ones could teach it." That made Emil laugh, a soft, belly-deep sound he hadn't let out in months. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I think they could." He cleared a space on the windowsill between the girl's sundial and his own. 3 in a row now, all of them silent, all of them still. A little family of instruments tuned to the tempo of nothing in particular. The boy lingered. "Do you still have clocks?" he asked. "Plenty," Emil replied. "But none of them work." "They do," Emil said, "just not the way most people expect." The boy considered that for a long moment, then nodded, as if it made more sense than any lesson he'd ever been taught. "Thanks," he said quietly, and left without looking back. Later that afternoon, Emil sat at the counter, sketching designs he knew he'd never build, not for customers. At least, these were clocks made from leaves and shadows, watches with no numbers, hourglasses filled with feathers. Absurd, maybe, but freeing. And then he heard it a soft, deliberate chime. One of the wall clocks, the old one from Prague, with the hand-carved numerals and missing minute hand. It struck once, just once. He hadn't wound it. No one had. He turned, half expecting a trick of the wind. But no, there it was. The pendulum, swaying gently. Not rhythmic, not precise, but alive. Emil didn't reach for it. He simply nodded, acknowledging that some things don't need explanation. They just need to be noticed. That night, as snow continued to fall with the same slow grace as the passing hours, Emil added a new entry to his journal. A boy brought a crooked sundial. A clock chimed once without asking. "I think that's enough for today." Then he closed the shop early, lit a single candle, and sat beside the row of sundials. Outside, the last rays of sunlight caught their surfaces not to tell time, but to remind him that light still arrives, even when we stop waiting. He exhaled, slowly, and for the first time in a very long time, he did not feel behind. The next morning began not with a clock's chime or a church bell, but with the long, low sound of the village well being cranked. A wooden handle groaned as someone drew water, and birds chirped half-heartedly in the frost. Emil stirred, not because he was summoned by the hour, but because his body had simply rested enough. He didn't check a watch. He didn't even glance at the window to guess the time. He simply moved. Downstairs in the shop, light filtered in through thin curtains, casting patterns across his workbench. The 3 sundials sat as they had yesterday, unmoving, half snow-dusted now from a draft in the windowsill. Still, he didn't brush them off. They wore the snow, like monks wore their robes as part of the season. Not a problem to be solved. He poured tea. The water hissed. The steam curled. And then came the knock. 3 soft taps on the side door. Not the front, not the customer door. He rarely got visitors that way. He opened it cautiously and found a familiar face. The monk. No shoes. No cloak. Just the same calm expression and staff. "I was passing through," the monk said. "I heard a watch tick from 3 streets away. Thought you'd stopped all of them." Emil stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Only the ones that asked to stop. The monk's lips twitched, nearly a smile, and the others, still deciding. They sat together again in the back room, the kettle between them. The silence almost companionable now, like 2 old dogs who no longer needed to bark to say hello. "I've been watching shadows," Emil said, as they each took a steaming cup. The monk nodded. "They're honest, aren't they? And frustrating." "That too." A pause. Then the monk pulled something from within his robe, a small, round object, wrapped in a faded cloth. He unwrapped it gently, revealing a wristwatch of simple design. Its leather band cracked and frayed. The glass face was fogged. "It belonged to my teacher," he said. He carried it, but never wound it. Said it helped him remember that time was a servant, not a master. Emil turned the watch in his hands. It was elegant in its restraint. No branding, no flourish, just functionality. that had long outlived its function. "Do you want it repaired?" Emil asked. The monk shook his head. "I want it understood." They sat in that for a moment. Then Emil said, "When I first began fixing clocks, I thought I was rescuing time, lifting it up from the ground, giving it legs to walk on again. But lately..." "Yes," the monk prompted. "Lately, I wonder if it's the other way around. Maybe I was just holding it back." The monk nodded. "Time doesn't need us. It has the sun, the moon, breath." Another pause. Then Emil added quietly, "Still, people like us, we try to measure it anyway, to make peace with it, to control it." The monk corrected gently. "But peace comes when we stop trying to measure what was never ours to begin with." Emil leaned back, letting the words settle like dust on the windowsill. He reached for the old ledger again, flipped to a fresh page, and began to write, not with intention, but with instinct. A monk returned with his teacher's watch, not to fix it, but to learn from it. "I think I understand now why the second hand always points to now." He set the pen down. The monk was watching him closely. "Will you stop fixing them?" he asked. "No," Emil said, "but I'll stop assuming they're broken." The monk smiled fully this time. They finished their tea in silence. When the monk stood to leave, Emil walked him to the door. The wind had picked up. Snowflakes danced sideways now, carried on invisible paths that paid no mind to direction or order. "Do you still travel?" Emil asked. The monk nodded. "Everywhere." "And what do you tell people?" The monk paused, looking out over the village, that they're not late, just early for something else. Emil nodded slowly, his breath fogging in the doorway. "Come back when the snow melts." "Maybe I will," the monk said. "Maybe you won't be here. I'll leave the door unlocked either way." And with that, the monk disappeared into the swirl of white, his footprints fading faster than the moment itself. That night, Emil didn't light a candle. He sat in darkness and listened not to ticking, but to wind, wood, breath. He understood now. Silence isn't the absence of time. It's its truest form. By the next morning, the snow had stopped. A fragile sunlight stretched across the square, resting gently on window panes and thawing roof tiles just enough to let a few glistening droplets fall like soft punctuation marks. Time, it seemed, was still moving, just not with urgency. Inside the shop, Emil stood barefoot on the cold wooden floor. He'd forgotten his slippers, but the chill didn't bother him. In fact, it reminded him that he was alive, that his skin still spoke the language of the season. He carried a small clock in his hand, one of the few he still wound now and then, not out of habit, but because its quiet tick had become more like a heartbeat than a function. It was modest, round, slightly chipped along the rim. He didn't know who made it. It had arrived anonymously in a parcel 10 years earlier, with no return address and a note that simply read, "When it stops, let it." So far, it hadn't. Emil placed it on the shelf beside the sundials. The juxtaposition felt right. That afternoon, he received an unexpected visit. She was older, perhaps in her 70s, wearing a thick brown coat, fastened with mismatched buttons and a knitted hat pulled low over her ears. Her eyes, however, were sharp. Sharp like they used to be clockmaker's tools, delicate, precise, intentional. "I have something for you," she said, and pulled a small velvet pouch from her pocket. Emil opened it carefully and found a compass inside. A beautiful, brass-bodied, slightly tarnished old seafarer's compass. The needle spun twice, then stilled. South-southeast. It was my brother's, she said. He always believed it pointed to something more than direction. He called it his anchor for the present. Emile turned the compass over in his hands. It was heavy, not just physically, but emotionally. The kind of object that didn't just show where you were, it reminded you where you weren't. He said you fixed his watch once, the woman added, but what he really remembered was how you listened. Emile looked up. And what would you like me to do with this? She shrugged. Keep it, or don't. But I figured if anyone could sit with it long enough to hear what it's trying to say, it'd be you. He bowed his head in appreciation. Then I will. She didn't stay for tea. She didn't even remove her gloves. But before leaving, she said one last thing at the door. Some things don't need to be passed down to be remembered. They just need to be placed in the right silence. That evening, Emile placed the compass on the workbench, gently nestled among his journals and unused gears. The needle still pointed south-southeast. He didn't question why. He didn't need to. He opened the shop ledger not to log a repair, but to write what had arrived. A compass today. Point somewhere beyond location, maybe toward stillness. He paused, then continued, if watches track when we are, perhaps compasses track how? Outside. The streets remained quiet. The townsfolk moved more slowly now, not just because of the snow, but because winter had a way of returning them to breath and step. Breath and step. Emile noticed it. Even the baker down the road, who once slammed his oven doors like they were declarations, now closed them as if not to wake the bread. Later that night, a light knock came at the door again. He opened it to find no one. Just a small parcel resting on the stoop, wrapped in rough linen. No note, no return address. He brought it inside and carefully peeled back the fabric. Inside, a broken hourglass. Its top half was cracked, and the sand had spilled into the cloth, forming a soft little dune. He exhaled, a sound that was part amusement, part understanding. This, too, belonged here. He swept the sand into a shallow ceramic bowl and set the cracked glass on the shelf beside the compass and the clocks that no longer ticked. A strange little altar had formed in the shop now, not to gods, not to time, but to the practice of noticing. And it was growing. That night, Emile sat with a candle burning low and scribbled one more entry in his journal. Received an hourglass today that cannot count. And yet, it gave me more time than anything else I own. He closed the book. In the silence that followed, he did not hear a single tick, not from a wall, not from a shelf, but in his chest, his breath moved, in, then out, again. And he thought perhaps that's all time ever was. The thaw came slowly, as it always did in that part of the world first, in the way icicles dripped rhythmically from the eaves. Then in how the snowbanks retreated from doorsteps like bashful guests overstaying their welcome. The village began to stretch again, not all at once, more like a long yawn held between seasons. Emile noticed the change first in sound. Children's voices returned to the streets, no longer muffled by scarves and snow. Horses shook out their manes with the groaning satisfaction of surviving another winter. The wind no longer whistled through gaps in the wood, but wandered lazily like it, too, had nowhere else to be. Inside the shop, nothing had changed. Or rather, everything had, but without moving. The sundial still sat on the windowsill. The silent clock still lined the walls. The compass, bowl of sand, and broken hourglass remained undisturbed. Yet Emil felt as if the room had grown bigger, not in size, but in spaciousness, like each object had quietly stepped back to give the others more room to breathe. He opened the door wide that day, not because customers were coming, he didn't expect any, but because the breeze asked politely. Around midday, a young man stepped in, barely 20, perhaps less. He carried a small box under one arm and uncertainty in his shoulders. "Are you the one who doesn't fix things anymore?" he asked, voice cracking slightly. Emil raised an eyebrow. "That depends on what needs fixing." The boy placed the box gently on the counter and opened it. Inside, a collection of watch faces, no backs, no gears, just the fronts, painted, printed, engraved, each one frozen at a different time. "My grandfather was a collector," the boy said, but he didn't care about the watches themselves, just the faces. Said each one captured a moment that didn't need to go anywhere. Emil ran a finger along the edge of 1316, another 909, a third midnight, all different, all still. "Do you want me to?" What he asked gently. "I don't know," the boy admitted. "I guess I wanted someone else to see them." Emil nodded. "Then you've done that." The boy lingered. "Do you think it's strange? What, that he liked time only when it stopped?" Emil smiled faintly. "I think it means he understood that a moment doesn't lose value just because it doesn't repeat." The boy seemed to chew on that. "Can I leave them here?" he asked. "Of course." The boy didn't say goodbye. He just nodded and slipped back into the afternoon. Emil took the faces, 7 in all, and arranged them on the far wall, not in order, not by size, just where they looked comfortable. They became a kind of mosaic, each frozen hour, a fragment of someone's unmeasured life. That evening, as the sky shifted from lavender to indigo, Emil pulled out the journal again, received a box of watch faces today. No hands, no movement, but every one of them pointed somewhere. He stared at the page, unsure whether to end the thought. Then added, "Maybe time doesn't pass, maybe we do." Later that week, the village held its first open market of the season. Stalls lined the square, spilling over with jams and carved trinkets and clumsy paper lanterns that would collapse before dusk. Emil didn't sell anything, but he attended, not to shop, but to notice. He watched as a child sold pine cones. Another passed out folded poems for free. The butcher, usually curt, laughed so hard he dropped a string of sausages. Everything pulsed with a quiet joy. At one point, an old man sat down beside Emil on a bench. "Used to be, you'd always be tinkering with some clock or other," the man said. "I still do," Emil replied. "Just not with my hands so much." The man looked confused but didn't press. A bell rang from the bakery stall, not to mark time, but to call attention to warm bread. Someone nearby sang softly, off-key, beautiful anyway, and Emil thought again of the monk's question, "If time stops, but you don't, what continues?" He didn't know the answer, but sitting there, the last sun of the day catching the copper in his beard, the smells of yeast and sawdust drifting lazily in the air, Emil felt no urgency to find it. Back in his shop that evening, he lit no lamps. He let dusk do the dimming. And as the light faded, the 7 watch faces on the wall glowed faintly, like stars in a very slow constellation, one that told stories instead of time. Morning came with rain gentle, steady, a long and quiet hush across the rooftops. The snow was gone now, melted into dark veins of water running along the edges of the cobblestone paths. The village, slick with spring's first wash, breathed differently, softer, warmer, as if waking up not to start the day, but to remember it had survived the long winter. Emil opened the shop early, not to serve anyone in particular, but because the sound of rain on the windows reminded him of the first clock he ever disassembled. He had been 7, maybe 8, and the rain outside had sounded just like this, constant and calming. He'd opened the clock not to fix it, but to see it, to understand why it ticked. He didn't understand it then. He barely understood it now, but he was learning. He lit a stick of incense and set it on the shelf beside the compass and bowl of hourglass sand. The smoke curled upward, dancing like time itself there, then gone, yet somehow continuous. By mid-morning, he heard the faint sound of laughter in the street. Children, not running, not shouting, just the unhurried kind of laughter that came from puddle stomping and umbrella sword duels. He stood in the doorway to watch. A girl, one of the regulars from the winter, saw him and ran up. "Your clocks still don't tick," she said like it was a challenge. Emil crossed his arms. "Neither does the sun, but it seems to be working just fine." She squinted up at the sky. "It's not out today." Emil leaned closer. "Doesn't mean it stopped." She looked at him for a moment, then shrugged in a way that said, "Fair enough," and skipped off down the road, her boots splashing rhythmically in rain-filled cracks. Back inside, Emil was struck by a sudden idea. He pulled out an old timepiece, one that hadn't worked in decades. It had a glass back, exposing its internal gears. He had always meant to repair it, but never had the right part. Today, he removed the hour and minute hands entirely. In their place, he glued a small sliver of mirror circular, delicate, no larger than a coin. When finished, he held it up. Where the face of time had once been, there was now only a reflection of himself, of the room behind him, of now. He placed it on the shelf with the others. Later that day, he wrote in his journal, "Built my first mirror today. Used to be a clock. Now it shows something real." He sat with the thought for a while, tapping the end of his pen against the wood, then added, "Maybe it always did." By mid-afternoon, the rain had turned to mist, the kind of light drizzle that made everything seem newer than it was. Emil went for a walk. He passed the bakery, the chapel, the linden trees. Everywhere he looked, time had softened its edges. No more counting, just being. He walked until he reached the outskirts of the village, where the trees grew a little taller, the path a little narrower, and the silence more complete. There, beside a half-fallen fence, stood a boy with his back turned, watching the steam rise from a puddle. Emil recognized him from the winter, the one who had brought the sundial. The boy turned. "Do you know what time it is?" Emil smiled. "Always." The boy grinned. "That's not an answer." Emil looked up. The sun had begun to burn through the mist, casting faint shadows across the muddy earth. Then again, he said, "Maybe it is." They stood together for a while, saying nothing more. Eventually, the The boy wandered off, back toward the village, leaving behind a trail of boot prints that would vanish by evening. Emil stayed longer, listening to the soft sounds of spring birdsong, dripping branches, the far-off creak of a weather vane. Everything moved, but nothing hurried. When he returned home, the clocks remained still, the sundials unchanged, the hourglass bowl untouched. Yet something inside him had shifted again. He didn't write in the journal that night. He just sat, one hand resting near the compass, the other near the broken face of time that now reflected nothing but the soft glow of the candle beside it. And in that flickering, wordless hush, he knew he had measured something. Not time, just peace. The next few days unfolded like petals in slow bloom. Nothing dramatic, nothing urgent, just gentle motion beneath the surface of things. The village moved with that same quiet rhythm. Chickens returned to the lanes. Laundry reappeared on lines. Even the grocer's bell rang less like an announcement and more like a sigh. Time didn't disappear. It just mellowed, stretched, yawned its way into longer afternoons and slower footsteps. Inside the shop, Emil found himself drawn not to the watches and clocks that lined the walls, but to the windows. He sat more often now, not with tools in hand, but tea, watching, listening, noticing. One morning, while wiping the fog from the window pane, he spotted something peculiar. A boy, barely 5 or 6, stood at the far end of the square, staring intently at the base of the clock tower. Not up at the clock face, but at the foundation, the place where bricks met soil, where the structure began. Emil tilted his head, intrigued. Later that afternoon, he ventured out to that very spot. The sky was overcast but warm, the kind of weather that smelled like wet earth and beginnings. At the base of the tower, he saw what the boy must have seen, not a crack, but a flower. Tiny, stubborn, yellow, growing in the shallow line between 2 stones. It didn't belong there, or maybe it did. Emil knelt beside it. Time, he thought, never announces when it changes. It just grows in the gaps. Back in his shop, he sat at his workbench and opened a drawer he hadn't touched in years. Inside lay an old meditation manual, a gift from a friend, long gone. He opened to a dog-eared page near the center. Sit until the noise settles. Then you'll hear what never left. He sat, right there at the bench. No posture correction, no candles, just breath, and the soft tick of something not mechanical, but internal. After some time, he rose and reached for a clock that had never worked, the one with the intricate etched face and the missing pendulum. But instead of repairing it, he disassembled it fully, gear by gear, spring by spring, until what remained was only the frame, an empty circle, a void where measurement once lived. He hung it on the wall, a new piece in his slowly growing collection of not clocks. Visitors began to notice, not many, but a few. Some came with watches that no longer ticked. Others brought no timepieces at all, just stories, questions. A woman came in crying once, holding her late husband's stopwatch. She didn't want it repaired. She wanted to hold something that still carried the imprint of his hands. Emil gave her tea and didn't speak until she did. Another visitor, a student from the city, came in asking for a clock with no numbers. He left with a pocket mirror Emil had polished into a watch case. Word traveled, as it tends to do in small towns. People started calling it the shop where time rests. Not stops, just rests. One afternoon, Emil looked around the room, noticed how the light shifted across the floorboards, how the dust in the air caught the gold flecks of late sunlight, how every object in the shop, sundials, compass, broken hourglass, watch faces seemed to hum quietly without movement. He pulled the ledger toward him. Today, nothing broke. No one asked for the time. The clock stayed silent, but I feel more in rhythm than I have in years. He put down the pen. That evening, just before closing, he stepped out onto the square. The bell tower loomed above, still missing its bell. No one missed it anymore. Beneath it, the yellow flower had multiplied, 3 more now. Stubborn, alive, unsynchronized. He smiled. It was then he realized he no longer felt like a watchmaker. Not really. He was still Emil, still sitting in the same chair, still sipping the same tea. But something in him had shifted from fixing time to witnessing it. And somehow, that was enough. Rain returned in the night, light and unhurried, tapping the roof in no particular pattern, just the soft percussion of clouds letting go. Emil woke to it and didn't move right away. He listened, not for anything specific, just to remind himself that sound existed before clocks ever tried to measure it. Downstairs, the shop was just as he left it. Of course it was. Nothing rushed here. The clocks remained quiet. The sundials glistened faintly with condensation from the cracked window above them. A spider had built a delicate web between the hands of one old mantelpiece model. Emil left it undisturbed. He sat down with his tea and noticed the mirror watch reflecting a small beam of gray morning light, splitting it across the wall like a soft slash of time passing. Later that morning, someone knocked. It wasn't a stranger this time. It was Clara. Clara, who had once been the town school teacher, Clara, who had long ago brought him a watch engraved with her husband's initials, the one that never worked right after the war. She didn't wear watches anymore. She didn't even carry one. She stepped in, shook off the rain from her coat, and nodded to him as if resuming a conversation they'd never started. "I had a dream," she said, sitting without invitation. "I was running late for a train. But when I got to the station, there was no platform, just grass, a field of it. The clock tower was missing its hands, and everyone was barefoot. Emil poured her tea. Sounds peaceful." She laughed. "I woke up calm. I haven't felt calm waking up in 20 years. He handed her the cup. She took it, stared at the steam rising from the surface. "I think I'm done teaching," she said. "Why?" "Because I don't want to teach facts anymore," she said, then looked up at him. "I want to teach waiting, stillness, patience, all the things I never learned until now." Emil nodded slowly. "You think they'll listen? Probably not. But that's not the point." He smiled at that. Clara sipped her tea and walked around the shop, looking at each object like it was part of a quiet museum, one curated not by history, but by presence. "This place," she murmured. "It feels like it's exhaling." Emil looked around. "It is. Or maybe we are." Before she left, she placed something on the counter, a metronome. "I found it in a box of old music supplies," she said. "It still works, but I haven't wound it. I don't think it needs to." She left it there, and he let it stay, just as it was, arms frozen at rest, perfectly vertical. Later, Emil took out the ledger. Clara brought a metronome today. a tool meant for rhythm, now at rest, still full of music. That evening, as dusk blurred the edges of the world, Emil sat with the metronome in front of him. He didn't wind it. He just listened to the soundless beat it offered, the imagined tick that comes not from mechanics, but from memory. He tapped one finger on the desk, slow and even, not to mark time, to feel it. And he thought of something the monk had said. Long ago now, time doesn't tick where tea is warm. He looked down at his cup, still half full, warm. He took a sip and closed his eyes. Outside, the rain continued steady, effortless, entirely uninterested in hours or appointments. And inside, so did he. The following morning arrived in amber. The rain had passed, leaving behind polished cobblestones and trees that glistened with reluctant droplets. Sunlight poured through the shop windows, striking the brass edges of old timepieces until they shimmered like coins at the bottom of a wishing well. It was the kind of light that made you pause, even if you weren't in the habit of noticing things. Emil stood in the doorway, tea in hand, and didn't think about anything. Not minutes, not schedules, not the tools still tucked neatly in drawers, just breath. The simple rhythm of in and out, like waves on a shore too patient for tides. Then came the bell, not from the shop door, but from far away the chapel. It hadn't rung in months, maybe longer. But today, for reasons no one questioned, it did, not loudly, not urgently, just once. A hollow, single tone that floated over the rooftops like a reminder of what perhaps nothing, perhaps everything. Later that afternoon, as Emil rearranged the sundials along the windowsill to catch more of the mid-spring sun, a visitor arrived. This time, it was someone new. An older man in traveling clothes, carrying a rucksack stained with dust and time. He had the slow, steady posture of someone who had walked more than he had spoken. His eyes, though tired, were soft. I heard about this place from a stranger. He said you once told him not to fix his watch. Sounds like something I'd say, Emil replied. The man smiled faintly and removed a pocket watch from his coat. It was plain, dented, scratched. The glass chipped, it ticked, but just barely soft enough you'd mistake it for imagination. I don't want you to fix it, the man said. Good, Emil replied. I wasn't planning to. Instead of placing it on the counter, the man opened his palm and stared at the watch resting there. It's been with me through everything. War, peace, a marriage, a death, another marriage, a farm that thrived, a farm that didn't, 2 daughters, 1 son, and all the walks between. Emil didn't interrupt. It still works, the man continued. But I don't use it anymore. I just listen to it, like a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. He set it gently on the counter. I want it to stay somewhere that understands time, the way I've come to understand it, which is not at all. Emil reached out, covering the man's hand with his own. Then you've brought it to the right place. The man nodded, his eyes wet but smiling. He left not long after, lighter than when he arrived. Emil held the watch for a long time before placing it gently in the center of the shop on the large oak table once used for repairs. No glass case, no special frame, just a pillow of folded cloth beneath it, and a small note beside it that read, "This watch no longer keeps time. It keeps stories, He didn't write in the ledger that night. Instead, he wrote nothing at all. He just lit a candle, poured tea, and watched the flicker dance across the curve of the watch face. Tick. Tick. But each tick felt less like a second and more like a heartbeat, each one separate from the last. Each one enough. He sat until the flame burned low. Then he whispered, to no one in particular. Maybe time's not a line. Maybe it's a room. And he leaned back into that room, where the walls were made of silence and the floor creaked gently under the weight of presence. The watch ticked on, not for the future, not for the past, but for now. The following day arrived in gold. The entire village, it seemed, had been washed in honey. Light glowed from between leaves that hadn't yet fully unfurled, dappling the earth in shadows that moved with the breeze but answered to no clock. The air smelled faintly of lilacs and warm stone, and the square held the quiet confidence of a place that had nothing to prove. Emil woke early, but not by choice. His body, more than his mind, seemed eager to greet the light. He stretched, sat up, and found himself smiling before his feet touched the floorboards. Downstairs, the shop was already alive with sun. The mirror watch caught a full beam of light and sent it spinning softly across the ceiling. The sundials gleamed faintly like ceremonial coins. The metronome, untouched, reflected nothing and everything all at once. He sipped tea slowly, watching the day unfold. Then came a sound he hadn't heard in years. The clock tower bell, but not a chime. A crack. He stepped outside just in time to hear it again, sharp, wooden, unmistakable. From across the square, a handful of villagers gathered at the base of the tower. The old structure, long abandoned as a timekeeper, now served mostly as a nesting post for swallows. But today, a scaffold had gone up beside it, and two men, one young, one not, were slowly lowering a new bell into position with ropes and cranks. A small girl tugged at Emil's sleeve. "They're putting it back?" she said. He looked down. "Why?" She shrugged. "Because someone said it was time." He chuckled at the pun, though he doubted it was intentional. Later that afternoon, the square buzzed with activity. Nothing loud, just purposeful. Wooden benches were pulled closer to the base of the tower. Someone set up a table with lemonade and bread. The air was thick, with the kind of shared anticipation that doesn't rely on invitations or announcements. Clara arrived with a stack of folded linen and a knowing smile. "They're calling it a reawakening," she said, "as if the tower were asleep and the bell will be its first breath." Emil nodded. "Maybe it is." She leaned close. "Will you come?" He looked back at his shop, at the stillness, at the clocks not ticking, at the quiet room full of sacred pause, then back at her. "I think I'd better." At dusk, the village gathered. Not everyone, but enough. The new bell gleamed faintly in the fading light. It was smaller than the original, less grand, more humble. A bell that didn't demand to be heard, but offered itself to those who were already listening. When the time came, no one gave a speech. No one read from notes. The boy who had brought the sundial stepped forward and, with both hands, pulled the rope. One note, low, clear, gentle. It wasn't a call to action. It was a bow, and as its echo faded into the blue-violet sky, no one clapped, no one moved. They just stood in silence, holding the moment like a breath between thoughts. Then, Slowly, the villagers began to drift away. Some smiled, some didn't. All carried something with them. Emile lingered longer than most. Eventually, Clara joined him again. They asked if you'd consider setting the time. She said, on the new bell. Emile looked up at the tower, then down at his own empty wrist. He smiled. I'd rather not. She laughed. They'll expect it to ring at noon. Then let it surprise them. They walked back across the square together. Inside the shop, the light was warm, full of afterglow. Emile picked up the journal, not to write, but to hold. He turned its pages like flipping through someone else's dream. Then, finally, he wrote, "The village has given the tower a voice again, but they forgot to give it a watch." Good. He closed the book. That night, he didn't light a candle. The moon was enough, and in the silver light of that quiet room, every object, every sundial, watch face, compass, bowl of sand seemed to shimmer, not with energy, but with rest. And Emile. He sat in that glow, eyes half closed, the echo of the bell still humming gently in his chest. And for once, he felt not like the keeper of time, nor the fixer of it, but simply a friend. The next morning felt like a sigh. Not in a sad way, more like that deep, quiet exhale after holding something in for far too long. The kind of morning that doesn't wake you, but waits for you. That pauses beside your bed until you're ready, then leads you gently by the hand. Emile opened his eyes to the sound of birdsong and breeze. Not the kind of breeze that flapped shutters or rattled signs, but the sort that carried scent, lemon balm, warm earth, old stone warmed by new sun. He moved slowly, not because of age, but because nothing deserved to be rushed. Downstairs, he passed the shelf of objects, now more shrine than display. The sundials still sat like silent sages. The compass needle hadn't moved in days. The broken hourglass remained, its sand undisturbed. The mirror watch still reflected whatever present moment dared to lean in. But today, Emile didn't sit at the bench. He sat in the old armchair by the far window, the one he rarely used. He brought his tea there, balanced it on the small table beside him, and pulled the wool blanket over his knees. Outside, the village moved like breath. Children darted between puddles. A woman in a blue apron swept her doorstep. Somewhere nearby, someone played a flute not well, but sincerely. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to soften. He could feel his heartbeat, unmeasured but steady. He could feel the warmth in his chest, not from the tea, but from the quiet understanding that nothing more was needed. He stayed like that for a long time, and then, when the shadows grew longer, he stood. No task in mind, just movement. He made his way to the workbench and opened the bottom drawer, the one lined with black velvet, where he kept only things too delicate to display. Inside, a tiny bell, no bigger than a thumbprint. Old, beautiful. He hadn't touched it in years. He lifted it now, held it up to the light, then, gently, he rang it. The sound was soft, barely a note, but it lingered, not in the room, but in the space behind his chest, the space that had always been listening. He smiled. He knew it was time. Time not to leave, but to let go, to offer one last moment of stillness. He reached for his journal, opened to the final page, and wrote, nothing left to repair, nothing broken to begin with, only breath, only light. only now. He set the pen down. He walked to the center of the room, turned slowly, and looked at everything: his tools, the clocks, the shelves, the dust, the silence. And he bowed, not deeply, just enough. Then he sat again in the armchair, cupped his tea in both hands, and let the steam rise into the soft golden dusk. The mirror watch caught the last light of the day and held it. Now, let yourself drift. Whatever you've been carrying today, set it down beside Emil's old chair. Let it rest on the table next to the tea that's grown cold. Let it breathe. Notice the quiet around you, the hum of life beneath the silence, the way even stillness has a pulse. Maybe you can feel it now, how time softens when no one's looking, how it bends, not like a straight line, but like breath, how it gathers gently around memories, around objects once lost, around people who stopped counting and simply began noticing. Let that noticing happen here. You are not late. You are not early. You are not measured. You are exactly where you need to be. In this room, clocks do not tick. Bells ring only once, and when they do, it is not to call you forward, but to invite you inward. So sit. Let go of the urge to move, to finish, to achieve. There is no next. There is only this breath, this softness, this now. Let your shoulders drop a little. Let your thoughts slow, not because you forced them, but because they ran out of reasons to race. You've arrived, not at a destination, but at a moment that no longer needs measuring. A place where even the watchmaker has stopped winding, where time, like water, no longer rushes, but gathers quietly at your feet. Let it sleep, if you like, or just stay here, where the light dims gently, where the silence listens back, where you, like everything else, no longer have to do. You only have to be.